Why was that off? The fucking compressor was off. Why was my compressor off? How dare you? How dare you? That's right, chat. We made it. It's another Monday. We got the craziness. I looked at my stream. I didn't like the color of my background, so I changed it. Yeah, everything's dynamic on my stream. I can change any color. I can change any of the words. I can change anything I want. It is not static. If anyone's interested in this kind of stream and how I did it, I'm available. Just so you guys know. For a price. 10 subs? 15 subs, maybe? Maybe 25 subs, something like that. You know? Little advice on how to get this kind of thing going if you like it. Let me know. Pretty good with it. That's right, chat. I, the streamer, am offering my services to the viewer, who might be a streamer as well, and might need help, because I know you need help. These streamers need help. The biggest streamer, HASAN, doesn't even know how to use a sound. Doesn't even know how to fucking set up a sound thing properly. Jesus Christ. Hire the right guy for the right job. That's me. That's right, chat. Oops. Hello?
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The U.S. military is planning for possible strikes on Iran that could last for weeks if President Trump orders the attack. That's according to two U.S. officials speaking to Reuters. It comes amidst a CBS News report that President Trump informed Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu during his meeting at Mar-a-Lago in December that the U.S. would back Israeli strikes against Iran's ballistic missile program if the U.S. can't reach a deal with Iran. Meanwhile, in an interview with the BBC, Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Majid Takhtravanshi said his country is willing to make compromises to reach a nuclear deal with the U.S. in exchange for the lifting of sanctions. On Saturday, 250,000 people rallied in Germany on the sidelines of the Munich Security Conference, protesting against Iran's government following a call from Iran's exiled Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. At the conference, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham called for regime change in Iran.
If we back out now, it'll be the biggest mistake we've made, far worse than the Syrian red line, far worse than Afghanistan. You can't say, keep protesting, we got you back, help's on the way, and nothing happened. That's why I'm confident that President Trump will get an outcome consistent with those three statements through diplomacy or military force.
Israeli forces have killed at least 11 Palestinians in Gaza over the past 24 hours.
Not up or shut up.
Since the U.S. brokered ceasefire last October, Israel's killed over 600 Palestinians and wounded over 1,600, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry. This is Alyan al-Bayyouk, whose son was killed in Israeli airstrikes.
Do you believe there's a board of peace? Do you believe that Trump will come to help us or defend us? The one who's supplying Israel with all sorts of deadly weapons, supplying it with money, with political support, with protection, and with an international umbrella. Do you believe that there is peace that Trump or someone else would provide for us?
On Sunday, President Trump announced members of his so-called Board of Peace have pledged $5 billion towards rebuilding Gaza. Indonesia's military said it's committing up to 8,000 troops to be deployed in Gaza by the end of June. Meanwhile, Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Sans Frontières, known as MSF, has halted some of its non-essential medical operations at Nasser Hospital in Gaza after staff and patients reported seeing armed men inside the facility. Since the October 10th ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, the organization says, quote, MSF teams have reported a pattern of unacceptable acts, including the presence of armed men, intimidation, arbitrary arrests of patients, and a recent situation of suspicion of movement of weapons, unquote. Last month, Israel ordered MSF and 30 other international groups to cease operations in Gaza and the occupied West Bank if they did not agree to new rules that include sharing information about staff. Doctors Without Borders says it did not submit a list of its staffers in Gaza since Israel could not guarantee their safety. In the occupied West Bank, the Oscar-winning Palestinian director of No Other Land says his family has been attacked again by Israeli settlers, leaving his brother hospitalized and 4 members of his family arrested by the Israeli army. Hamdan Bilal says the violence began on Sunday when Israeli settlers began attacking his family's home in the village of Sisya. Bilal says the settlers' raid was led by the same man who previously attacked him last March, injuring his head and stomach after Bilal's film made global headlines for winning an Academy Award. Bilal says his brother called police only to have soldiers from the Israeli army raid the home, attacking everyone inside. The violence came hours after Israel's government approved a plan to allow land registration in the West Bank for the first time since 1967, paving the way for Israel to annex Palestinian lands. Israeli human rights groups warn the land registration process will facilitate the dispossession and displacement of Palestinians in violation of international law. A U.S. military strike killed 3 people and blew up a boat in the Caribbean Friday, according to U.S. Southern Command. The U.S. military said the boat was allegedly following drug trafficking routes, unquote, without providing any evidence. Since September, the Pentagon's conducted 39 strikes against boats they say are smuggling drugs in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific, killing at least 133 people, again without providing evidence. On Sunday, the Pentagon announced U.S. forces raided a sanctioned oil tanker in the Indian Ocean after tracking the vessel in the Caribbean in an effort to target oil shipped from Venezuela. The Trump administration's been seizing tankers in order to take control of Venezuela's oil. It comes as the Wall Street Journal reports the Pentagon used Anthropic's artificial intelligence tool, Claude, in its operation to abduct Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. The Pentagon was able to use Claude through Anthropic's partnership with the data company Palantir. A spokesman for Anthropic told the Wall Street Journal the company's, quote, committed to using frontier AI in support of U.S. national security.
Beehive 54 is now following.
Unquote. In southwestern Russia, Ukrainian drone strikes set off fires at the Black Sea port of Taman on Sunday.
Shut up.
Helpglade is now following.
Attack that wounded 2 people and damaged an oil storage tanker, warehouse, and terminals. Elsewhere, debris from Russian drones damaged infrastructure in Ukraine's Odessa region, disrupting water and electricity supplies to civilians. The violence comes ahead of a new round of U.S.-brokered talks involving Russian and Ukrainian envoys who will meet in Geneva Tuesday and Wednesday. Meanwhile, a report by UK and European nations issued Saturday finds Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny's death in a Siberian penal colony in 2024 was likely due to a deadly toxin found in the skin of Ecuadorian poison dart frogs. The toxin was reportedly found in smuggled samples taken from Navalny's body. Democratic Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio offered contrasting visions of America's role in the world at the Munich Security Conference in Germany over the weekend. Congressmember Ocasio-Cortez sharply criticized U.S. foreign policy and tied rising income inequality to authoritarianism around the world.
They are looking to withdraw the United States from the entire world so that we can turn into an age of authoritarians that can carve out the world where Donald Trump can command the Western Hemisphere and Latin America as his personal sandbox, where Putin can saber rattle around Europe and and try to bully around our own allies there, and for essentially authoritarians to have their own geographic domains.
Meanwhile, Secretary of State Marco Rubio cast immigration as an existential threat to both Europe and the U.S.
In the pursuit of a world without borders, we opened our doors to an unprecedented wave of mass migration that threatens the cohesion of our societies, the continuity of our culture, and the future of our people.
Tack up.
We made these mistakes
Nut up or shut up.
together. And now, together, we owe it to our people to face those facts and to move forward to rebuild.
The Trump administration's planning to spend more than $38 billion to acquire warehouses across the U.S. in order to retrofit them into new ICE jails with capacity for tens of thousands of prisoners. 16 large buildings will be converted into regional processing centers, jailing more than 1,000 immigrants at a time, with a further 8 large detention centers capable of holding 7,000 to 10,000 prisoners for an average of 2 months. That's according to documents first revealed by the Washington Post. This comes as a Reuters review found hundreds of judges around the United States have ruled more than 4,400 times since October that President Trump's administration is detaining immigrants unlawfully. Yet the administration's continued jailing people indefinitely, even after courts rule the policy is illegal. In Minnesota, 2 ICE agents have been suspended and face a criminal investigation into whether they lied to a jury about shooting a Venezuelan immigrant last month. The officers claimed Julio Cesar Sosa Celis and his cousin, Alfredo Alejandra Algiorno, attacked them with a snow shovel and a broom after a traffic stop on January 14th, and said one of the officers fired in self-defense.
Nut up or
Shortly
shut up.
after the shooting, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem described it as, quote, an attempted murder of federal law enforcement, unquote.
Nut up or shut up.
But video evidence directly contradicts claims the men attacked federal agents. Sosa Celis says he had retreated into his home and was shot in the leg while in the process of closing and locking the door. On Thursday, a federal judge dismissed felony assault charges against the cousins after the U.S. attorney in Minneapolis said newly discovered evidence had contradicted the officer's testimony, and after ICE admitted the federal agents made false statements under oath. The Department of Homeland Security entered a partial shutdown early Saturday morning after Senate Democrats refused to support a DHS funding bill. They're pressuring Republicans to agree to tighter controls on immigration enforcement, including requiring federal agents to wear identification, get judicial warrants to enter private property, and to stop wearing masks. About 90% of the more than 260,000 employees at DHS are deemed essential workers, meaning they'll be required to work, though they could miss paychecks if the shutdown lasts for weeks. That includes nearly 60,000 airport security workers with the TSA and nearly 20,000 staff at the Federal Emergency Management Agency, known as FEMA. A federal judge has ordered the Trump administration to return Babson College student Ani Lucia Lopez Beosa to the United States after she was wrongfully deported to Honduras in November. At the time, Lopez Beosa was trying to fly from Boston to her home in Houston, Texas, to surprise her family for Thanksgiving. She was told there was an issue with her boarding pass at the gate before she was detained by federal immigration agents. She was taken to Texas and deported to Honduras 2 days later, despite a court order blocking her removal while her case was pending. Judge Richard Stearns has given the Trump administration 2 weeks to facilitate Annie's return to the United States. His order comes after a federal prosecutor admitted in January ICE had mistakenly deported her. Healthcare advocates are calling on Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to resign after he downplayed the risks of COVID-19 by saying he, quote, used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats,
Tack up.
unquote.
Shut up
RFK
or shut
Jr.
up.
made the remark in an interview with the podcaster Theo Vaughn.
_ is now following.
I'm not scared of a germ. You know, I used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats.
Protect Our Care said in response, quote, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. continues to lay bare why he's the most dangerous, in-over-his-head, ill-suited person ever to lead such an important federal agency that has life-and-death power, unquote. This comes after the Food and Drug Administration last week blocked review of a flu vaccine developed by Moderna using the same mRNA technology that led to the rapid development of vaccines against COVID. The review was blocked by Vinay Prasad, a vaccine skeptic handpicked by RFK Jr. last May to lead the division of the FDA that oversees vaccine regulation. Former President Barack Obama has responded publicly to a racist video shared on social media by President Trump, which depicts the Obamas as apes. In a podcast hosted by Brian Tyler Cohen and published on Saturday, Barack Obama refused to directly address the video, but said many people, quote, find this behavior deeply disturbing.
God! This sort of clown show that's happening in social media and on television, and
clown show.
What is true is that there doesn't seem to be any shame about this.
Although the White House took down the video after about 12 hours, President Trump refused to apologize for sharing it. The Senate's only black Republican, Tim Scott, said, quote, it's the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House.
Thanks for the follows, everyone.
Reuters is reporting the director of the White House Office of Management and Budget, Russell Vought, is using $15 million of what remains of USAID's operating expenses to fund his security detail. A source tells Reuters Vought's detail includes more than a dozen U.S. Marshals. Russ Vought is the chief architect of Project 2025, which outlined the Trump administration's plans to downsize federal agencies and fire thousands of federal workers. Last year, the Trump administration dismantled USAID, canceled most of its aid programs around the world, and fired about 10,000 workers. The Trump administration's decision to shut down USAID resulted in hundreds of thousands of deaths from infectious diseases and malnutrition around the world. And in California, thousands of San Francisco public school workers ended their strike Friday after 4 days on the picket line. United Educators of San Francisco announced a tentative agreement with the school district that included fully funded health care starting in 2027 and higher wages. The union represents some 6,000
fully funded health care
and social workers and nurses.
Oh, that's a massive W.
Schools across San Francisco.
You know how much health care is right now? That is massive W, and work normally pays like half of it. That's great.
Is the city's first teacher strike.
Look, it just proves you that unions are the way to go, boys.
In nearly half a century. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
I figured out how to get it on the left.
Honestly, how could a member of Donald Trump's cabinet
Start All Back,
embarrass
the app.
themselves more than
Start All Back is called. It's an app for Windows 11 that'll allow you, Windows 10 user, enjoyer. You're going to be like, the first thing you're going to be like, why the fuck can I put my taskbar on the left?
And Pam Bondi did at that hearing. But then, late last night, the Wall Street Journal hit send on what might just be the craziest story about a Trump cabinet member we have seen since he got back to the White House. And boy, is there a lot of competition for that.
Thank you very much.
And here's the headline. A pilot fired over Kristi Noem's missing blanket and the constant chaos inside DHS. That's a real headline in the Wall Street Journal. And yes, the headline is wild, of course, but does not even begin to do this story justice. And I'm going to get into all of the insane details in just a moment. But even before we all saw that story, Kristi Noem's Department of Homeland Security was having, well, you could call it a hell of a week. I mean, this week we saw mass chaos and confusion after officials shut down airspace over El Paso because Border Patrol agents fired a laser they borrowed from the Department of Defense at what turned out to be a Valentine's Day balloon. And they were planning to shut down the airspace for about 10 days, by the way, over that. Now, we have seen 2 ISIS agents put on leave after they appear to have lied about an officer-involved shooting in Minneapolis, lies that may well have been parroted by DHS in their official account of that shooting. Yes. We've also seen the release of horrifying body cam footage from the Border Patrol agents who shot Chicago.
We got W's because they pulled out of Minnesota, too. So, I mean, we can't complain at this point. Protesting works. Just got to do it harder. And also...
school teacher
Maria
Martinez, footage that, surprise, surprise, you can see it right there, also contradicts the official account about how that shooting took
place.
Surprise,
she says.
We've seen a Trump-appointed federal judge excoriate DHS over their treatment of immigrants in a Minneapolis ICE detention center.
She said excoriate. She used the word excoriate.
Improperly obtained the private tax data.
Does anyone know what that word means? Because I don't remember. I don't know. Excoriate. The papers that had been excoriating him were now lauding him. Wow. Censure or criticize severely. Wow, it's a good word. It's always good to learn new words.
Thousands of American taxpayers while hunting for undocumented immigrants. We've learned that a 21-year-old with a proclivity for posting white nationalist-themed content has apparently been running DHS's social media accounts. We've learned that DHS is being sued by a racetrack in Idaho, which alleges that parents and children were zip-tied at gunpoint during an immigration raid. And we're now watching Congress barrel toward a partial government shutdown at midnight tonight over DHS's refusal to change its tactics in the wake of its cruel and out-of-control
excoriate me, please.
All of that, everything I just showed you and I just walked through is just from this week. And all of that came before we got this blockbuster, deeply sourced new reporting from the Wall Street Journal about the chaos inside Kristi Noem's DHS. Now, some of what is reported in this story are things viewers of this show already know, but bear repeating. Like the fact that Noem, quote, has donned flak jackets on ICE raids, posed toting a large gun and recorded
pointing it directly at the guy's face.
Self-support, stood before a group of imprisoned men with shaved heads packed into tight rows in a notorious El Salvadorian prison. And she's done it all with an eye to her style, of course, with TV-ready hair and makeup, as one does, I suppose, when you're standing there as she is in front of a prison in El Salvador. Now, there are also some things in this article we didn't know but have long suspected, like about Noem's unusually close relationship with DHS advisor and former Trump campaign manager Corey Lewandowski. The Wall Street Journal reports, quote, Lewandowski and Noem, who are both married, have publicly denied the reports of an affair. Lebowski said they do little to
I'm coming for you, Lebowski. The dude abides.
Hide their relationship inside the department. Now, what struck me about this as well, as you read the story, is this is not a single source story. There are a lot of sources in this story. A lot of people talked to the Journal for this story.
Monday News.
Anyway, that aside, officials say their relationship has even made the highly immoral Donald Trump uncomfortable. That's obviously not a serious way to describe Donald Trump, but he's uncomfortable
he's
by it.
Highly immoral.
A
She's
DHS
right,
spokesman
folks.
responded to the Wall Street Journal saying,
she's right. No one knows I'm highly moral. That's right.
The department doesn't waste time with salacious, baseless gossip, which doesn't sound like a no, that it didn't happen to me or that it's not going on.
Never happens.
To me, but who knows?
Not to me.
So that alone is pretty newsworthy and it kind of makes your skin crawl kind of way. But what really makes this news story such a bombshell piece of reporting is some of the truly wild things we are just learning for the very first time. For instance, during one official trip, people familiar with the incident say, quote, Noem had to switch planes after a maintenance issue was discovered, but her blanket wasn't moved to the second plane.
Whoopsie.
Corey Lewandowski then fired a U.S. Coast Guard pilot after Noam's blanket was left behind. Okay, the story continues. It gets even better. The Coast Guard pilot was told to take a commercial flight home when they reached their destination, but they eventually reinstated the pilot because no one else was available to fly them home. What a story. Now, surprise, surprise, a DHS spokeswoman declined to address that particular episode when asked about it by the Journal.
Huh?
But let's just pause and put a finer point on that. Kristi Noem and her, let's just call him companion, Corey Lewandowski, tried to fire a Coast Guard pilot just because the Secretary of Homeland Security left her blankie on the plane.
Get my baby.
Keep in mind, this is the same Homeland Security Secretary overseeing packed ICE detention centers, like the one you see on your screen right there, where detainees are sleeping like sardines under aluminum foil blankets, according to lawmakers.
It's disgusting.
Where children are kept.
Truly.
But Kristi Noem apparently can't make it one flight without something to keep her feet warm during the in-flight
she needs
movie.
her fucking
Poor Kristi
blanket.
Noem.
Yeah,
And there's the
Kristi.
incredible saga over Corey Lewandowski's attempt to play policeman. This may be one of my favorite details. As far as we know, these two incidents are unrelated. Who knows? But according to the Wall Street Journal, Lewandowski made it known to top ICE officials that he wanted to be issued a law enforcement badge and a federally issued gun.
Ooh,
Despite the fact, of course, that he was not a law enforcement official and he has not undergone any law enforcement training that we know of whatsoever. Now, Lewandowski tried asking the ICE's legal center to write him a justification for being issued a badge and a gun.
What's up, Cheeky?
And when a top ICE lawyer declined to sign off on the whole thing, I wonder why, he was placed on administrative leave. Lewandowski then eventually persuaded other lawyers to sign off on his gun-toting ambitions, feeling like a big man, Corey Lewandowski, I guess. And this is my favorite part. The ICE director's auto pen was used to sign off on the paperwork.
Auto pen?
Of
Wait.
course, DHS denies that all of this happened and claimed that the ICE
It was an
lawyer
auto
put on
pen. They didn't.
administrative
They
leave
said
for
the
other
auto pen
reasons.
was gone.
Okay.
I brought it
DHS
back.
confirmed a large part of that story.
It's a
tonight.
better auto
Also
pen.
reporting that the ICE
You have to be there to do it.
lawyer was actually escorted from the building after refusing to sign off on Lewandowski's request for a gun, according to two current and former officials. The whole incident is especially wild when you consider that this is the same department that even claimed carrying a gun lawfully was enough to justify killing Alex Preddy. Remember that detail?
Wow.
And this story is about more than just Kristi and Corey's childish behavior and their companionship. It's also about their reckless spending on the taxpayers' dime. Because the Journal matched earlier reporting from ProPublica, which found that Kristi Noem spent over $200 million of taxpayer money on ads that featured her telling immigrants to leave the country. Money that ProPublica reports was funneled to an ad firm tied to Kristi Noem. It's like they think people won't notice here. People notice. Now, the Wall Street Journal also reports that Noem and Lewandowski have been using a luxury 737 MAX jet with a private cabin.
Oh, yeah, those are
for
nice.
their travel. A plane that DHS is in the process of acquiring for approximately $70 million. You can just keep adding all of this up on a little notebook
that's a lot.
if you would like. The plane is paid for with money from the Big Ugly Bill.
How much
and it's
is a
supposed
normal?
to be used for high-profile deportations. But charter planes are primarily being used for deportation. So this private plane has become kind of more of a job perk for Noem.
Oh, I
Her
see.
staff have even taken to calling it the Big Beautiful Jet, as she jets around in it herself in her various costumes. Maybe they're on the plane, who knows? A DHS spokeswoman told the Journal that the plane was used for both deportations and cabinet-level travel. But I would just note here that no detail on what exactly that breakdown is has been provided. It's not just the apparent grift that makes this story so eye-popping, although it does make it eye-popping. It's also about Noem's wild mismanagement of the agency she runs. Noem has forced all DHS contracts over $100,000 to require her personal sign-off, supposedly to rein in spending. But the policy has actually done the opposite. According to the Journal, one contract for bulk steel sat on her desk for so long, by the time she actually approved it, the price of steel had gone up by more than $100 million. But maybe the most illuminating part of the entire report is really what it tells us about how much Kristi Noem sees herself as being in competition with other Trump officials. Because according to the Journal, Noem routinely berated staff if she saw border czar Tom Homan on TV and kept track of both of their appearances to make sure she was on TV
Is that a wig?
more than he was on TV. What a good way to spend your time.
I think that's a wig.
That explains
I don't
a lot
believe
about
that's
Kristi
really her
Noem,
hair,
doesn't
no.
it? I mean, it explains why
She's looking
now
at his
she
ass.
appears to be drowning in a sea of scandal that seems never ending. She's still trying to put herself in the limelight. I mean, just today she held a press conference in Arizona where she decided to try really, really hard to take up the
B3
mantle on one of
is
Donald
not
Trump's
muted,
favorite
bitch.
issues, election conspiracies. Now, it's very clear that someone is trying to build up her profile while worming her way back into Trump's good graces, but it's also clear that it is working the way it was intended. The thing is, Kristi Noem is she's really, really bad at her job. It's very clear. And it's becoming hard to ignore, even over at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. In one very telling part of the Wall Street Journal's reporting, Corey Lewandowski messaged Trump's pollster with a request. He wanted them to cut an ad to help Noem, the pollster, the pollster ignored the ask, basically. So while Corey Lewandowski thought this would be a launching pad for 2028, the question really is, will she even have her job through 2026?
What the fuck?
I'm kind of doubtful, but you never know.
What the fuck? Who knows? Dude, I don't know. Huh? The fuck? Where's... Oh, there we are.
We begin with the latest developments surrounding the files related to Jeffrey Epstein. In a letter to Congress on Saturday, Attorney General Pam Bondi announced the Justice Department has released all of those files, claiming it had fulfilled its obligations under the Epstein Files Transparency Act. That's a little bit up for debate. The letter also outlined its justification for the redactions made in the released files, explaining they were limited to victim privacy, including personally identifiable information and medical details. Republican Congressman Thomas Massey of Kentucky, who led the charge to pass the Epstein Files Transparency Act, along with Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna, was asked yesterday about this new reasoning from DOJ. Watch.
Yesterday, the DOJ sent Congress a letter explaining the reason for all these reactions. So you are not satisfied with that?
No, they're citing deliberative process privilege in order not to release some of the documents. The problem with that is the bill that Ro Khanna and I wrote says that they must release internal memos and notes and emails about their decisions on whether to prosecute or not prosecute, whether to investigate or not investigate.
Do you still have confidence in Pam Bondi as Attorney General?
Like I said,
I don't think Pam Bondi has confidence in Pam Bondi. She wasn't confident enough to engage in anything but name-calling in a hearing. And so, no, I don't have confidence in her.
I'm not really sure he ever did, but that's also beside the point. Bondi's letter to Congress also included a list of...
You guys hear that? I think you guys heard that, right? I think you guys heard that. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. That was because...
More than 300, quote, politically exposed people whose names appear in the files in a variety of contexts. They include Donald Trump, former President Bill Clinton, and other politicians, business people, and artists. I mean, Eugene, when I look at this, this is the letter that we've been waiting for from the Attorney General. It is weeks and weeks late, but then again, so is the full release of the Epstein files. Because even as they say that...
Okay. What is he chatting? You can see his screen. That's not good.
They're being fully transparent. There are members of Congress looking
Mistakes
at the files,
were made,
literally
folks.
saying, I see things that are missing. I still want more information about X, Y, or Z. But now the DOJ is basically saying, too bad? I mean, what happens next?
They're saying they're done at the end of the day, right? That we have fulfilled our obligation. The problem is they weren't on time. They were very late, and they don't seem to have fulfilled the obligation of the law. When we talked to a bunch of Congress folks, I know you did too, just about like this idea of client-attorney privilege, right? They say that, you know, there's certain things that are redacted because of client-attorney privilege.
Right.
Who's the client and who's the attorney?
Yeah, right? What the fuck's going on there?
There wasn't a reason why they could redact.
Yeah, in the literal law.
Literal law. And some of the redactions that they've done.
Dude, they're looking good. That's a fit.
They kind of explained why, but they were supposed to, according to lawmakers who wrote the law, explain each redaction, right? Maybe that's coming soon.
I love seeing people just be able to express themselves more in their job. It's so nice.
Saying, finito, that we have fulfilled our obligation with this list of 300 folks. You know, Beyonce's on there. There's, Marilyn Monroe is on there. There's a bunch of dead people on there. Elvis. People whose names were in tweets that got picked up and they threw it on this list. Kind of a, poking their eye at Congress as she did this week.
I hope they get like their own independent show eventually. This person, they're fucking awesome.
Both the White House, the DOJ, have not really focused on the victims.
Right. As far as
have not
MS Now
that
goes.
aspect of it seriously.
Anyway.
We have talked to a lot of survivors on our show. I know you guys have as well. And every time they have felt that this DOJ, this administration, and administrations past have never done them right. They have always ignored them. They have put them to the side. And that is only going to continue. What happens next is more of this, I think. More members of Congress begging for more information and not getting it.
And this is also why I think it's so important that we've seen these parallel tracks, right? Yes, Congress is the initial genesis of this law that pushed for compulsion of transparency here. But that's just one side of this equation. The other side is that the House Oversight Committee is still doing their investigations. It's not moving as quickly as some people might like. There are questions about partisanship on the part of the Republican majority, who they're subpoenaing, why they're not rushing to subpoena, for example, key members of the administration like Howard Lutnick, who are mentioned in the files, who had some kind of a relationship with Epstein. Nothing to say of the president himself. That's even a bigger fish that they will have to at some point figure out how they square, getting Bill Clinton but not Donald Trump. I digress. These are all questions I ask James Comer on a pretty regular basis. But now does this tilt the focus to, okay, if DOJ is actually done, do you now have to just rely on the committee and the slow plotting work that they're doing?
They have to rely on the committee, and more important, they're going to have to rely on Democrats on the committee kind of being sly and sometimes tricking their Republican counterparts to do things. And frankly, at the end of the day, they might have to wait when Democrats actually have the gavel. If that happens at the end of 2026, if they flip the House, then 2027 is going to look a lot different when it comes to these Epstein files. And I think Democrats have already started saying we're putting folks on notice that's going to change. But they have to win first.
Yeah, they have to win first. And I've been doing some reporting on the fascinating dynamics of the way that they are trying to use Epstein as sort of a way in to some skeptical MAGA voters that might have felt lied to by members of the Trump orbit. They promised transparency. That's not what they're getting. And so Democrats are trying to use this and use it as a way to talk about other economics issues or systems that work for the haves versus the have-nots. This is sort of a larger underpinning that I think we'll be following over the course of the next few months on the road to the midterms. Want to dig in a little bit more on this too with former.
It isn't about even the have-nots. It doesn't matter what they got. It doesn't matter what they got. When it comes to Epstein, they're involved with him. Everything he was involved in was nefarious. Anyway, talking to him is nefarious enough for me. You had a conversation with Epstein, you should go down.
Litigator and MS Now senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin. Lisa, thanks for joining us to start the day. I know you've been reporting on this all weekend. We were texting about it a little bit on Saturday. And I think the thing that stood out to me in your reporting is the way that you're talking about this deliberative process privilege that the DOJ is trying to cite here. Why does it not count? Why does it not work?
Well, Allie, one reason it doesn't work, and Congressman Massey was talking about this over the weekend on some of the weekend shows, is it's not a part of the bill. So let's start there. Congress sometimes does, sometimes doesn't recognize various privileges and immunities that parties, including the Department of Justice, will use to try and withhold or redact documents. But when they wrote the Epstein Files Transparency Act, Massey and Congressman Khanna provided for a bunch of different reasons that files could be redacted or withheld, and privileges weren't one of them. It's as if the Department of Justice has sort of inserted the Freedom of Information Act and dropped it right into the Epstein Files Transparency Act. And just to zoom out for a second, the Freedom of Information Act is a federal law that allows people to essentially act as their own private litigators and try and get documents from the federal government. Oftentimes, the government can withhold or redact those on the basis of different grounds, including the deliberative process privilege. That's a privilege that's meant to protect internal deliberations. But nowhere in the Epstein Files Transparency Act is there a provision made to redact, much less withhold, documents on those bases, Allie.
And so is that enough for Congress to be able to make another run at this through DOJ? And what is the mechanism for that? Because we've had multiple moments, including this one, where a law is on the books that seems to be ignored by the White House or key members of the administration. And the next question is always, okay, so what do you do about it? What is the enforcement mechanism when it comes to full release of the Epstein files?
Well, there are sort of two things we can think about. One is the House Oversight Committee had already had a subpoena out to the Department of Justice well before the Epstein Files Transparency Act was ever in play. And the House is within its rights to try and enforce that subpoena. That subpoena doesn't necessarily call for widespread disclosure to the public in the form of a searchable database that we have now, but they can and likely will try to enforce that subpoena. But let's go back to your more fundamental question about the mechanism for enforcing the Epstein Files Transparency Act. It's a really sticky one, and there's a reason that members of Congress have tried to sort of go around it and get the judges who oversaw both Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's criminal trials to act as an enforcer here. It's because written into the act is no enforcement mechanism. There's no way for the survivors, much less Congress itself, to try to go to court to enforce this, unless and until both bodies of Congress sort of in their totality agree that they're going to sue DOJ. It's going to be really hard for people like Massey and Khanna, or even their entire committee, to run to a court and ask for further enforcement and compliance with the act, Allie.
Yeah, you're bringing up two really sticky potential paths going forward, because on the one hand, I've had multiple members of the House Oversight Committee come on and say to me, hey, we've had the subpoena hanging out there to DOJ since last summer and still not been fully complied with. So that's just one avenue that there are already complaints about.
I mean,
and
that's
they were
not
hoping,
enough, though.
frankly, that the Epstein Files Transparency Act would fix the need for them to have to continue pursuing that subpoena. Obviously, that's not the case. And then, of course, you look at the other thing that you brought up there, the idea that there might have to be some kind of unanimous or at least hugely bipartisan vote to compel something from DOJ. And if it was this hard to get something done through Congress the first time on just the Epstein Files Transparency Act itself, which took months, that is going to be a very tough road to hoe.
This shows the power of fucking
in a midterm election year. MS Now senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin, thank you as always for your reporting. And Lisa and I often talk about, when we talk about the Epstein issue, as the court of law and the court of public opinion. And it's on that second court that I want to focus, because there's two other notable headlines I want to get to related to the Epstein files. Veteran Hollywood talent agent Casey Wasserman is selling his agency amid growing controversy over his ties to Jeffrey Epstein and convicted accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell. Wasserman made the announcement to staff on Friday.
Let's go, baby, no money.
Recently released files by the DOJ include email exchanges from 2003 that the Wall Street...
I'll tell you why this happened. Because the artist refused to... They resigned from the agency. This guy's the biggest one of the biggest ones.
Street Journal describes as, quote, flirtatious between Wasserman and Maxwell. Wasserman told staff he felt he had, quote, become a distraction to the firm's work. The decision to sell his agency also comes after the departure of several high-profile talent from his firm. Wasserman, though, is chair of the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics. And according to the Journal, the committee organizing the games last week voted unanimously to keep him as chair. That's according to people familiar with the situation. And finally, chief legal officer at Goldman Sachs and former Obama White House counsel Kathy Rumler has announced she's leaving that firm. Rumler cited media attention over her past correspondence with Jeffrey Epstein, saying it had become a, quote, distraction. Yes, we're using that word a lot. The DOJ's recent release of Epstein files revealed that Rumler exchanged dozens of friendly emails with Epstein over the years, including after his 2008 conviction, calling him, quote, sweetie, Uncle Jeffrey, and writing, quote, well, I adore him. It's like having another older brother. Emails also show Epstein's assistant confirming luxury gifts for Rumler, including a designer bag. Rumler's spokesperson said the documents are consistent with Rumler's longstanding explanation that she knew Epstein through shared legal clients while working as a criminal defense attorney. I mean, this is, I think, the way that accountability is probably going to happen, right? Especially as DOJ is stonewalling the potential for any further release. There's open questions about if there would be any further prosecution.
What do you mean that's the beginning?
Which squarely leaves the court of public opinion, which, look,
your name's in there, you resign.
We have a system of justice in this country where you are innocent until proven guilty.
No, in this case, your name's in there, you'll be fucking resign, okay? And then we figure out in the court of law whether or not you can come back to work. Fuck you.
And yet, that's where this is driving.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, people like Wasserman, they still have all their money. You know, he's going to be fine. Rumbler's going to be fine, right? At the end of the day.
It was me that was doing this shit.
The court of public opinion
I'd have been in jail a long time ago. What do you mean?
Saying, you know what, this is not
It hung and quartered me.
Right?
For
and
this
you're
shit.
right, it is sticky because being in these files does not mean that you did something wrong.
Normal guy like me was Epstein.
Probably did not do anything wrong with Jeffrey Epstein. We can assume.
Messed up thing is I couldn't even do it with all the money he had. Like, what the fuck?
Democrats have been asking for.
It's a unique.
Also, more importantly, Republicans.
Epstein is such a unique person and has affected so much of politics. You cannot sit here and tell me we're not where we're at because of him right now. You cannot tell me that. The amount of pressure you have on someone when you have sexual pictures of them or videos of them or, God forbid, minors. Are you kidding me? This guy had people over his fucking dick getting spanked all fucking day. Epstein did, okay? These people are the worst kinds of people because they enabled it and they continue to do it and they continue to do it and they continue to do it now. They haven't stopped. We need to put this to a stop right now. These people need to be voted out, taken out to pasture, okay, in the court of law in America, okay?
Republicans and most importantly MAGA Republicans, they have been saying we want to see some heads figuratively roll around here because of the conversations folks were having with Epstein, especially people who were having conversations and interacting with him after he was found guilty of some of these things. And when you look at Wasserman, it didn't happen because, like, you know, all of a sudden he woke up. Chapo.
No. If you knew Epstein, you knew what he was about. I don't give a fuck. Especially if you were rich. Are you fucking kidding me? If you know Epstein before he was convicted, I want you convicted.
One of the most famous people that was on his, that was on his list of folks said, "I'm leaving." People started leaving his firm.
Oh,
so
yeah,
it did
sure.
become a distraction.
I stopped being his friend after I used him forever for 10 years. I went to the island and then I stopped talking to him. That's right.
I don't know that that's actually ever going to happen when you look at statutes
Fuck
of
you,
limitations. Though there's a bill that they're hoping to change some of that, but it's going to be a long road ahead.
Yeah, and the wheels of justice turn slowly, which is good because it's deliberative, but at the same time, it has been decades.
Blatant blue anaconda, yeah, that's right. That's what that clip's about.
We're waiting to see what, if anything, actually comes of transparency.
Still crazy to think about it that there's these words that, like, when they originally made Twitch, they made it so you could clip, right? And then they made it so that it randomly used words to clip it. And it had a word database, obviously, and it pulls from that database and makes random words together and numbers for the clip.
Democratic leaders seem to have a new motto lately.
It's funny, though, to see that still sticks around to this day.
Quote, "We break it, you pay for it." Now, outgoing Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is demanding American taxpayers bail out his state. Now, this comes after he let fraud run wild, and he egged on protesters to film ICE agents trying to arrest violent criminal migrants. Well, now he's proposing a $10 million relief package for businesses affected by the immigration enforcement.
What a oh my God.
We're going to be proposing a
MAGA has no fucking drip, dude.
Targeted loans, forgivable loans that we know, and I want to be very clear, is a very small piece of this. The federal government needs to pay for what they broke here.
Yeah, I agree.
There's going to be accountability on the things that happened, but one of the things is the incredible and immense costs that were borne by the people.
They're going to sue the government.
The federal government needs to be responsible. You don't get to break things and then just leave without doing something about it.
And Walz's partner in fraud, the Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison, was grilled by Republicans
what was fraud
over
about
his
that?
reported ties to Somali fraud defendants, with Senator Josh Hawley even calling for jail time.
Whistleblowers came to you as early as 2019. Let's look. As early as 2019, whistleblower. Don't talk over me. As early as 2019, it's my hearing, pal. As early as
Yeah, with your fucking food on your mouth.
Don't call me
whistleblowers came to, well, I should call you prisoner because you ought to be in jail.
Well, we'll see what you can do about it.
See what you can do about
it
it, bitch.
Serious amount of delusion to have fraud amounting to $9 billion. David Hoke tells me it's way higher than that in your state, and say, taxpayers, give me more money.
So they've lost, I think, $20 million a week, and this thing was going on for almost 2.5 months. So a $10 million reparation check is not going to cut it. It's a gesture.
I mean, that's what he said.
Any other governor, you're looking at Walz,
Tim Walz said
looking
that.
around the country, no one's following this guy's lead.
Yeah, they
this
are.
guy tanked his economy. He tanked his reelection.
No, he didn't.
2 people are dead. 100 ICE Watch people are now under federal investigation.
Because they did wrong in his state, you dumb fucking bitch.
And the media is not writing stories about how this guy Walz
What the hell, chat?
is surrounded in glory. They have moved on to Epstein and moved on to other things. No one is writing about how Walz was the man here. They are now writing stories.
Despite what you might think, sir, politics continue in Minnesota, and they continue to hate your dumb ass, okay?
Mainstream media about how Trump and
Ain't
Homan
hard to figure
look
that out.
reasonable and effective. This guy tried to lock horns with the federal government, lost big time, and is now under federal investigation.
What? He didn't lose? We won. You guys had to get out. What the fuck are you yapping about? There's no Somali fraud scandal. Where is it? Where's the Somali fraud? Where is it? Nick Shirley, where you at, boys? Huh? Where you at, Nick? Huh? Nick Shirley, where you at with your Somali fraud scandal bullshit, huh? Where the fuck you at?
This is not the way to play it.
No, it's not. And Kennedy,
Hair's
when you look
looking
at
terrible.
This,
Get a haircut.
This guy had to step aside in the governor's race. Step aside. And now
As
he's
I need one.
saying, give me more money, as if we just forgot about the fraud that was exposed just a month ago. Well,
That's not what they're saying. What do you mean? He's saying the damage that the U.S. government caused when they came in to terrorize the citizens of his state. He's giving them some money because he knows that they got fucked. And he's saying he's going to sue the U.S. government because they can't come in and wreck some shit. And you're going to say, what?
It's very interesting because, you know.
Bro, she knows what she just said is some bullshit. Look at that lip. Look at that lip purse. She knows what she just said is nonsensical bullshit, okay? She knows it. You can see it in her face. Look, she was press secretary, okay? She knows what the fuck she's doing. This is insane. What the fuck? I'm sorry. You can not like Walz at all, but like this is an absolute mischaracterization and repainting of the whole scenario. It's fucking hilarious. I love that. This is why I watch Fox News, because I love to see how they like reframe an actual story to make it truthful.
His verbiage, like, you can't just break something and leave. And it's like, bro, that's what you did.
Bro, what? What do you mean? Are you looking at us? Yeah. What do you mean, Kennedy? I thought you were a libertarian.
With your entire gubernatorial process. Like, you wrecked everything.
And she doesn't believe the shit she's spewing either. Honestly, look. Like, she's got to pay the bills, though. This is hilarious.
You couldn't even run for a third term with that massive national profile because you have tanked your state. So instead of focusing on bringing businesses to Minnesota, they were bringing people from other parts of the world who, you know, some of them were engaging in fraud to the tune of up to $9 billion, maybe even more. And it's problematic for him because he knew about it and he punished the whistleblowers and let it fester. And the only good thing that's happened to Tim Walz has been the aggression with ICE agents and the violent protests in the streets, because that took all the cover away from the fraud and the failure. And the worst thing that happened to him was Tim Tom Homan coming in saying, you know, we're going to draw this down and only leave a few agents. And now we're communicating and cooperating with officials in different county jails throughout the state. And
bullshit. And again, the Somali community is deeply integrated into Minnesota, was invited there by the United States government. That's why there's a huge Somali community there. They run businesses. Now, you got ICE in town looking for Somalis. Guess what? Who's not going to work? So it was affected. She's like, yeah, you guys ruined the economy in Minnesota, and we came in with ICE and made it better. What the fuck are you talking about? This libertarian, she's supposed to be a fucking libertarian. Like what? Rand Paul, if he was dead, will be turning in his grave.
things will be much better. That's horrible news for Tim Walz. It's very hard for him to stick his little cup out and bust for nickels from the federal government when now all the focus is going to be retrained on the ways.
He's not going to bust for nickels. He's going to fucking sue us. Sue the government. What do you mean? He's going to sue the U.S. government, and he's going to win. What?
That they fleeced the federal government and royally screwed people in Minnesota who, frankly, deserve a lot better. They know that.
Where? No, they don't. They think you guys are dumb as fuck.
That Jacob Fry's crocodile tears, you know, go fill up your own cup and drink yourself on some remote island, not in your dumb state.
Emily, I want you to listen to this. So Tim Walz went a little further. He's worried about generational trauma. Listen to this.
The fact of the matter is, they left us with deep damage, generational trauma.
Yeah.
They left us with economic ruin in some cases.
He's right.
They left us with many unanswered questions. Where are our children?
Yeah.
And they're sleeping.
And all these white people can sit on their fucking dais. Cis. I don't even know how to fucking say that. Their fucking tables. The five and yap about how they're so great. And these Somali immigrants are ruining it all for you. Oh my God.
Safely because illegal immigrants are no longer roving the streets, criminal records.
Right, I can't, oh my gosh. His
What?
one-man show is so stale and so off.
Okay.
He reminds me of those, you know that like literally body of law where burglars and robbers will break into homes, injure themselves, and then sue the homeowner? He had a massive tantrum in his state. He is totally disqualified.
What? Tantrum. Tim Walz had a tantrum, which caused damage?
And unqualified to continue leading it, and yet still manages to put the onus on the federal government and blame everyone else. He reminds me of like a 13-year-old girl having a tantrum after being disciplined, where it's like, no, daddy, but then asking for money. Because remember, he refused to follow, enforce, and rejected all of the federal government's laws that were trying to protect the citizens of his state, but then demanded more money from them right now after his fraud scandal. But you know what? He does this all the time. Because remember what happened in 2020 after he also led to the state burning down? He asked the government, you guys, for $15 million then. Thank goodness they said, no, this was your mess to clean up, your $500 million mess to clean up, because you abdicated your duty to keep your citizens safe and to keep those buildings protected.
That's not what
This is just his MO. He sees the federal government as a cash cow, but with no authority whatsoever. And he is the one facing a zero dearth of authority. Greg.
You know, I was listening. He reminds me of the skipper from Gilligan's Island if you were gay.
Alan Hale?
He was
Alan
gay.
Hale Jr.
R.I.P.
Yeah, because he was very bombastic and useless, but this is worse. I think what's infuriating about this is that he's still, like, out there. You know, it's like, and how kind of, like, casual he is when he says this garbage. It's like, he's just realized nothing's going to happen to him. Like, it's just like, this is what happens. It's like, you know, we're going to talk about later on my show, but like Hawley, you know, all Ellison has to do to him is saying, no, that's not true. It's like you yell at these people. They go, no, that's not true. So what happens next? I don't know what happens. And is it gall or stupidity that Waltz is doing this? Does he know that he can get away with it? You know, he's called everybody Nazis. He refused to cooperate, and that created the violent environment. And it's like what Emily said. He's like a drunk driver suing the pedestrian he ran over because he got a dent in the car. But he must have some.
How do they see that? What do they mean?
Knowledge that he can get away with this, and that is to me the most frustrating.
He can.
thing.
It's Kamala News.
Secret.
Well, you know, Kamala's
secret.
the best
No,
thing Kamala
he's gonna sue the
ever
fucking
did
government, bitch.
was
He's gonna win.
prove
You'll
to
see.
The world that man exists, because I would not believe he would exist unless I actually saw that it did. I've never seen any creature like that. You know, the real worry for Minnesota is, again, the civil suits over the injuries and death of people in these, you know, cop-free zones, because they're gonna get 10-figure settlements.
Yeah, it's amazing she had a face-to-face interview with him and still chose him for a running mate. Big blunder.
Oh, breaking news.
Well, Fox News alert. We just got some breaking news in the search for Nancy Guthrie.
Uh-oh.
The Pima County Sheriff talking to Jonathan Hunt a little bit ago. Listen to this. The DNA found in the house was not Nancy's. He also said, quote, a lot is happening right now. Jonathan, what did you learn?
Oh no, she's definitely.
Good afternoon to you. I just
good
walked out of
afternoon,
the sheriff's office
mate.
just about 5 minutes ago after a sit-down with Sheriff Chris Norris. Now, very interesting.
Nancy.
The DNA they have sent for testing that was found in the house is not from Nancy Guthrie. The implication, obviously, is that neither is it from the family members that, of course, they will have checked their DNA already. Could it be from some other worker who was in that house at some point? Yes, but very interesting.
How's that going to help?
Was keen to make the point. DNA found in the house, not Nancy Guthrie's. Now, what is DNA? DNA could be blood. It could be other bodily fluids. It could come from a hair. It could come from a fingernail. But that is being tested now at the lab that the Sheriff's Department has used for many years down in Florida. Another thing, you've heard all this talk over the last 24 hours or so of a glove. First of all, the FBI was saying a glove had been sent for testing that was found in the house, we believed. Then the sheriff said no glove found in the house. So we weren't sure whether this glove even existed. Sheriff Nanos has now confirmed to Fox that a glove was found, is being tested. It was not found in the house, though. Here's the sheriff on that glove.
Where was this glove found?
About
Sheriff?
2 miles away.
And when was it found?
I think it was just a couple of days ago when this story broke out that the
2
sheriff
days
died.
ago.
Look.
So no glove was found in the house?
Absolutely not, ever.
Or on the property?
Or on the property.
So much misinformation out there.
One other very potentially significant development we want to bring you.
Yeah,
while we were talking to the sheriff, our cameraman Brian Ullman, eagle-eyed as ever, spotted both the mobile command center and the bomb squad moving out of here. He also noted that a SWAT vehicle that is parked always out the back here is gone. The last time we saw any of those vehicles moving was when they detained that man down in Rio Rico, about 60 miles south of Tucson. He, of course, was cleared and released. But those vehicles moving again right now, that
You better get his DNA.
Obviously be potentially significant. Perhaps in the next few hours we will hear about them detaining somebody else, but very significant that all three of those vehicles moved at the same time. Back to you guys.
Jonathan, we're about to broaden this out, but a quick question about the DNA in the home. It would not be unusual for an individual to have DNA in their home so long as they were not a recluse. So do you get the impression that this is something beyond the usual finding of DNA in the home and it's significant?
There was maybe enough of it.
Yes, because obviously they found a lot of DNA in that home. They probably found the DNA of relatives, some other workers who they've since been able to rule out. The fact that the sheriff is talking about DNA found in Nancy Guthrie's home, not belonging to Nancy Guthrie, still being tested right now, seems to me very significant indeed.
Jonathan, it's Kennedy. I have a question about the Pima County Sheriff's Department and the FBI working together.
Okay, they would have got the DNA from the other people that might have been in the house.
Told us that it takes a
They
lot
only
of time
found
for
one.
them to
And
use
that makes
their
sense.
typical labs to get those DNA samples back. And that's why we saw such a lag over the first week and a half of this investigation.
They also
Why
have to
aren't
cross-reference
they
it.
using the FBI resources, which are clearly quicker and more comprehensive?
They are.
Oh, but the sheriff's argument here is simply that they have used a particular lab for these kind of tests that is based in Florida for many, many years. He said, I think going back maybe 40 years, we've
No,
used
they have to use
the
the same lab.
So the initial samples from that first search of the crime scene on Sunday, February the 1st, were sent down to that Florida lab. So the sheriff's argument is that it is much simpler, much cleaner to keep sending all the samples to the same lab so that everything is being tested in one place. Now, the sheriff did add that if the FBI says to me, meaning himself, that they want to retest any material up at the National Lab in Quantico, Virginia, then obviously he will give that to them. He also says, Kennedy, on the point of cooperation, he says there is no daylight between the FBI and local law enforcement here. They are working together.
I mean, that makes sense.
They want nothing more than to solve this case. And in the words of the sheriff,
It would take
there
him just as
are
long
no
to test.
egos here. Kennedy?
Jonathan, it's Emily. Did he make any indication whether the next steps would be, for example, or has been in the process of profiling in CODIS or doing genealogical testing with a differentiation that this is not Nancy's, i.e., do we have an answer as to whose or who it might be related to?
He did not specifically talk
I'll take
about
that house, though.
that. I mean, obviously, they are going through every level of testing.
I'm gonna go
that
down
you
and
can imagine, and all I can talk about is an impression.
house
here.
sit.
But the impression I get is that they have clearly ruled out a lot of people in terms of that DNA that was found in the house, those closest, perhaps, to Nancy Guthrie, and they still need to test more.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been shedding a lot of DNA. Like, his hair's covered. He's got gloves on. Right? So, like, I feel like this is someone she knew. Like, before. And maybe was in her bed.
Go through, obviously, every possible route of that. And I'm not an
They seem too fucking familiar with the place when they walk up. Like they either had been casing the place and walked up there a lot beforehand, which then they would have seen because they would have seen the video. He seems like, I don't know.
expert
I
on
don't know
the
how
way
much video
DNA
they got,
testing
though,
is done, and
how
the
far
sheriff
back it
admitted
goes.
He's not the expert on that as well. He has told things, and those things are underway. But clearly, they're leaving no stone unturned in their search here. It's frustrating for them as well, Emily. I talked
It's like
to the
he
sheriff.
doesn't
How
ever, he doesn't
exhausted are
walk
you?
up
And he
like
said,
he's never
"We
been there.
are
That's my
just
point.
not stopping. Nobody is showing any signs of exhaustion here because we are working 24/7. And again, he emphasized we, meaning him and the FBI. There are, by the way, he gave me the figure.
It seems
he said
like
there are
he's
some 400 investigators
at least been to the front of the
on
house
ground here in
before.
total. That is local, state, and federal. So they're going through everything. But when you think
Because,
they
like,
got
her front door isn't, like,
18,000
by the road,
calls
is it?
into the sheriff's office alone.
Trying to look at the
I think he
house.
said another 13,000
Where's her front
calls
door?
to the FBI. That's 31,000 tips.
On the
so
right
even
there,
if you
right?
have 400 agents, it takes an awful lot of time to go through that. And then again,
I guess it's pretty
more
close to the
video
road.
evidence coming in over the last 24 hours. Because remember, they expanded the area that
Oh,
they
there's
wanted
her front
people to
gate,
look
yeah.
at security cameras. They said 2-mile radius, go all the way back on any of your cameras you have, Ring, Nest, Blink, whatever, to January 1st. So that is a mountain of evidence, and you're going to see all these videos of people at front doors and everything. They've got to chase down every one of those leads. I'll tell you this: there are hundreds, dozens, certainly, of homeless and itinerant people we drive past every single night as we change locations here in Tucson. A lot of them carrying
Itinerant?
backpacks, but anybody who's got any clip
Itinerant.
of any one of those all the way back to January 1st, the FBI and the sheriff's deputies have to chase it down.
There's a lot of
It's an
homeless people with
arduous
backpacks
task,
around.
but
Wow.
The sheriff said to me, "We are
Jesus
confident
Christ.
that we
Like, it's just
will
some homeless guy with really cool
find out
cool
what happened
gloves.
to Nancy Guthrie, and we will bring whoever did this to justice." He also said, to put a button on this, he
Those look like
believes,
chemical
he
gloves to
has
me, like you
believe
buy at a
that
chemical
Nancy
glove store
Guthrie
because you're going to
is
deal with
still
some
alive.
acid or something.
Jonathan, do you know when they found this DNA?
Oh, what's up? This is Nancy Guthrie's mom, who basically on January 6th got disappeared, and then there's been all these like Nancy Guthrie's like a fucking, she's been on TV forever. They're thicker than that though. If you look at them, they're not. No, they're thicker because they would rip. They're a little thicker. You can kind of tell if you see how they bend. But
did they find it on day one? Did they find it
see what I mean?
today?
See, they're a little thicker.
Because
see how
the
they're folding?
sheriff was
See how the fold is fatter? It's not thin. You can tell that they're thicker gloves. So like, and they also go up above his cuff. You see that?
hot dogging it like crazy
Anyway.
the first couple.
Yeah, that's Nancy Guthrie. You've probably seen her on TV. Come on. I think she's been on CBS or fucking NBC and other channels forever. That's her mom. Basically disappeared by someone, that person that you just saw in that video. And I mean, there's been like fake, or maybe not fake, ransom notes and, you know, Bitcoin drops and all kinds of shit going on.
Days, and then got muzzled by the FBI when they swooped in.
No, you might be right.
They had
like,
this beef.
Those ones they use when you're cutting up like fish. Mm-hmm. Fishmonger types.
And a day after
just
the
they're
beef,
extra
this
sturdy,
guy's,
that's
like,
all. You
shot
can't
out
just
of a
go
cannon,
grab
making
them
this
like anywhere.
Huge
but
announcement about
that might be
new
right. He could be a
DNA.
cook.
So what's going on here?
Given that, Jesse, given that the DNA was...
You usually get those from Cisco, so like he could grab those from like work, but you wouldn't let Bella get those at like the hardware store, right?
sent to
I think Arizona. Looks like Arizona. Or Tucson. Yeah, Tucson.
the sheriff's lab that they like
Top
to
left.
use down in Florida. And given that you remember they said they were clear
Too many
with the,
details on
the
screen, I know.
crime scene on, I think it was either the Monday evening. She disappeared
That
on the
cactus
Sunday.
in her
opposite,
yard is
or
sick as
perhaps
fuck.
It was a Tuesday. Remember, they said they were clear
like
with the
15
crime scene.
feet tall,
I
dude.
think you can be fairly confident.
That's what I love about
that
Arizona.
That DNA was found in Nancy
about all you can
Guthrie's
love,
home in that initial search of the home, that initial going
Tucson.
through the crime scene, which makes
AZ.
it obviously even more significant. Initial search, they find DNA, they know it's not Nancy Guthrie's. Now the challenge is to find a match to that DNA and either detain that person.
So this was
or clear
3:15
that
Mountain
person.
Time, and
Jonathan Hahn, thank you. Keep us updated.
yeah.
Well, we are going to take a break here at the 5. I know Greg needs to take a bathroom break, so that will be all. But coming up, the media loves to pretend that President Trump is the big...
It's actually old news because that 5 was old, but so I don't know what's going on
Democrats
now.
will keep pushing the.
I haven't really had time to follow that story that much, but it's you know, whatever. It's major news. Not really political, so I'm not like.
Administration and our Republican colleagues to rein in ICE and stop the violence.
Democrats are never going to get their full wish list. That's not the way this works.
All right, Democrats and Republicans at odds over DHS funding as the government enters another partial shutdown with essential services such as FEMA and TSA being impacted. For more on what it'll take to reach a compromise, let's bring in Republican Congressman Tim Burchett. Congressman, it is great to see you again. Thanks so much for...
Huh? Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, right?
for joining the show.
They're just chilling, looking for fucking carrion or whatever.
Pleasure's all mine.
Fucking
All right,
Babcocks
so
are insane,
the
bro.
hopes of ending this partial government shutdown are looking...
Like, I've been attacked by, like, my RIP cat, by the way. Quite big cat before. No, because he was just scared. I scared him, but I couldn't imagine getting attacked by a bobcat. People are like, oh, whatever. It's like, fucking thing could maul you if it really wanted to. I'm sorry.
pretty bleak. You had Senator John Fetterman, the only Democrat who
Pretty
voted
badly.
to advance the full-year funding bill, saying his Democratic colleagues have boxed themselves in. He says, quote, what the F is the Democratic off-ramp on this? Once you set this in motion, ICE already has all the BBB money that it needs. Where's our leverage? At the same time, you do see House Democrats floating a
Off-ramp.
proposal that would take care of basically every agency under
See, like, I keep yelling, like, yeah, Fetterman, yeah, Schumer, yeah, Hakeem Jeffries, all these fucks that are in Congress that are Democrats, they're really just fucking Republicans. And the proof of that is, if you look at Fetterman right now, he's basically going to sell it. He's just saying the same stuff that Chuck Schumer would say. I can't even fucking speak. God damn it. He's saying the same thing, right? Basically. So, and then here's the other thing. Where do you see this yapper, Fetterman? He's always on Fox News.
DHS, except for
They're
ICE.
always talking about him.
Do you think that?
They're always quoting him. Yeah, he's some Democrat. The most right-wing news agency, Fox News, who sucks Trump's dick every goddamn day, still to this day, even though he's a pedophile. We just watched the Five suck his dick live on TV. Is doing this shit, like non-consensual dick sucking.
Realize
okay,
they're on shaky ground, justifying all of this.
Well, I guess no pun intended, but they are on.
Yeah, I'm not
thin
fucking
ice,
with
and I
Bobcat, bro.
I'm complimenting.
I mean, I'm gonna stand my ground. I'm gonna be like, yo,
because
we're good, right? We're good, right? I'm not gonna run. Fuck. If he wants to really attack me, he will. I'm just saying, running is probably a bad idea.
Sometimes Trump's playing chess, and the rest of us are
It's
playing
like, yo,
checkers.
bro, I'm good. You good?
So yeah, I think the Democrats' objective here is to cause as much pain as they can, and they've clearly shown that in the past.
The biggest animal I ever have ran into was a moose, a fucking an elk, like an actual elk from Washington State on a trail, like a fucking huge one with a huge ass, like massive. They're so big. It was right in front of us.
They have no real agenda.
I remember
other
that,
than to
'cause
disrupt
I was young.
President Trump's agenda, and that's America's agenda. Who in the world would want to defund ICE?
Oh no!
Defund
See, that's what I
FEMA,
mean.
Defund the TSA. Why would you
Holy
do that?
shit.
All you want to do
Yeah,
is
and
cause
dogs,
pain in this country.
God love them, gonna be dumb as fuck when it comes to that, right? Like you're like, no, stay back, no. It's like the dog just, oh fuck. It's like, oh god. Sorry to hear that.
And that's clearly what the Democrats are going to try to do. They did this the last time, and their numbers went down.
Yeah, you know, they got pretty big
I know
razors
they're all good little soldiers.
between
but
their
that guy,
claws.
when Senator Fetterman's the only one out there making any sense, I think you need to readjust your polling data.
Huh?
Yeah, I mean, his point is that both ICE
yes,
and
you're probably
CBP
dated.
already have funding because of the Big Beautiful Bill. They're not impacted by this shutdown at all, but you do have, FEMA, the Coast Guard, Secret Service, and TSA all, without it.
Hey, fucking TSA, for who cares? I know it's going to delay flights. I fucking don't care, honestly.
Any funding. TSA's
That's crazy,
acting
bro.
administrator this week raised some national security concerns about that. Listen to this.
The FIFA World Cup is only 121 days away, kicking off on June 11th, when America will welcome millions of visitors from the world over to our country. TSA will be front and center, welcoming travelers and fans safely and securely through our airports as they travel to see the games. We need to ensure we are adequately prepared, both from a staffing and technology perspective, and we do not have the luxury of time.
Yeah, keep working. Do your job and get rid of the stupid asses that don't need to happen. Get rid of the fucking stupid random checks on brown people. How about that? How about you just stop doing that? TSA.
So why do you think Democrats are trying to make sure this goes through the State of the Union? Is that, do you think, preconceived to try to score political?
Bobcat with the 100-point bleed out debuff. Jesus Christ, right? Oh. Nature is not kind
Points?
when it
Sure,
comes
they're
to
all about
bodily
symbols,
parts.
man. They disrupt the president. You have one member shaking his cane. They dress up different. They walk out. They walk out during his, to create all this fake outrage. I find it very ironic. I'm surprised nobody's pointed it out that the Coast Guard's budget's around $14.5 billion. And that's about the amount of money they stole out of Minnesota.
Oh, well, because it's just funding for the... So stupid. this budget hawking that goes on is so stupid. I've seen it so many times, go out around the circle so many times, close the new government so many times. None of it is done for us. None of it is done to help us. All it does is fuck the Coast Guard, fuck the pay of the Coast Guard. That's not going to work. Yeah, I say keep them shut down, whatever, suffer, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But like, I'm not being real. And, I mean, that's not the way we do government. This isn't how you do government. Government should be the senators are taking the hits, not us. The Congress people are taking the hits for us, not us. You understand the difference? What's happening is they're making us take all the hits here. That's what's happening. So does that answer your question? But whatever, it doesn't matter. It's like their pay is going to be disrupted. Like last time the government was shut down, people didn't have pay. They still had to work. Like, for example, the FAA also is paid by the government, right? They can't stop working. The TSA can't stop working, some of them. I just make a joke and I say, yeah, stop profiling brown people because you don't need the agents doing that. Put them on something else and cut the workforce down so you don't have to fucking spend that much money on TSA, whatever. I say reduce their budget. I say fucking abolish ICE. Those are things I want to do. So I don't care when that's why I want ICE shut down. But they're just pandering. That's what I'm saying. We're taking the hits. There's other things they could do. I don't know what it is, but they could do something else.
Their fraudulent activity. And
so
that the
this
Democrats
is just
are protesting
a
to
play.
allow them to continue doing this. I think
this is a play for us to yap about. But I'm here to tell you, friends, chatters, that this is all fake. Really.
objectives and their direction is clearly wrong with what's.
They both want to fund ICE. Okay. Except for a very few in Congress. There's very few at this point. They still. I'm talking about the Hakeem Jeffries. I'm talking about the leaders. I'm not talking about that. The leaders are the ones making the fucking making the problems right now. Those are the people that need to go. Okay. We all know that.
Happening in America today. The far left, the Marxist element has really taken over. I mean, they're not even denying it anymore. They have taken over.
That's right, bitch. We took over. That's right. We're not denying it, just like you didn't deny the fact that you were a racist pig dog, sir.
For the Democrat Party, and it's not your granddad's. Heck, it's not even Bill Clinton's
Hell no, it ain't. We hate Bill Clinton, bitch. Bro at least knows what he's up against. Okay, I give him that much. Gotta give him respect. He's old enough to understand what's up. He's damn right. We don't want no Bill Clinton fucking presidency. Bill Clinton 2.0 can fucking fuck off and get sucked under the non-consensual dick sucking under the fucking desk.
Democrat Party anymore. They have clearly gone so
I don't know
far
how
to
to
the
insult
left. I
people.
don't think there's any coming back. But the problem we have on our side is our messaging, and President Trump once again is correct about that. We are terrible at messaging. President Trump has teed up a lot of great issues, and we continue to fumble it. So I'd hope some of my fellow members would start messaging what's going on in this country and what needs to happen.
All right. I want to turn to the economy. There was a lot of positive economic data this week. You had a good jobs report, better than expected CPI report, also some blockbuster highs.
No off-ramp in sight. Democrats and GOP remain at odds over funding for DHS. That's right. Democrats can go, we put up a fight. We tried to stop the ICE funding. But you know what happened? We had to pay the salaries of the TSA. You see how this works? No, I think we need another party. I wish we could say that. I wish we could have the party, a different party. I swear, I don't.
The stock market, but prices are still high. And
so you see what I'm talking about then, obviously. I mean, it's just like more people are seeing this.
The Washington Post editorial board writes this: what do bad breath, wilted flowers, and protectionism have in common? They might spoil Valentine's Day. Boxes of chocolates from outside the U.S. cost an extra 8% thanks to 2025 tariff increases, according to the Cato Institute's Scott Linicombe.
Meantime, Mr. Beast is on Twitch and X talking about, I get all my chocolate for Mr. Beast chocolate, which tastes disgusting, by the way. from like good sources that aren't child labor. And it's like, you're a billionaire. How about you stop the child labor and all the other corporations too? How about you sue the other corporations that are fucking, you know, like, use your billions for something, bitch.
Imported Valentine's Day classics are up across the board. Flowers cost 9% more. Jewelry is...
Oh, and then people are, like railing him on X when he says that. Like saying, you stupid ass, you suck. You and he's like talking about how he only has like 1% of his fucking, you know, a certain percentage of his, because he's a million, he doesn't have any cash, he's poor, and he likes really shitty food. And people are like on X, they're like, yeah, Mr. Beast, sure. Sure, dude. Trying to be like the normal pleb, aren't you? Just like a normal pleb, just a YouTuber. Sorry, there's no redemption once you're over $1 billion for me. It's over.
Up 23%. Lingerie costs an extra 25.
You got $1 billion and you haven't gone and gotten rid of the fucking child labor in chocolate, and you've been making money off of chocolate as a secondary source. Fuck you. Fuck you, Mr. Beast. I don't give a fuck how nice you are. I don't give a fuck how successful your videos are. Think about how much fucking money you have. Watch one of your own videos. Do a fucking, this is $1 billion and this is how much it takes to go down to the billions, like I do on my channel. And realize how much fucking power you have, bitch. And stop being a little fucking child. He's literally a 15-year-old. He pisses me off, dude. Sorry.
Percent. So my question to you is, did it cost you a lot more to say I love you this year to Mrs. Burchett?
Well, it did. I save up every year. Took our good friend.
So it's working then. If you think he's a normal pleb, then it's working. I'm telling you, he's not. He's cosplaying as a normal pleb. He's like, yeah, I decided to make the best videos on, dude, I like his shit. Okay, I'm not saying YouTube, you shouldn't be doing what he's doing. I'm saying, understand, you're a billionaire, you have money, you are doing nothing with it. And you're talking on X about child labor. You have the money and power to end it.
Friends Troy and Jackie White.
At least in the chocolate industry.
I noticed it was a little bit higher than it was the year before, but and I haven't bought myself any lingerie in a long time, so I can't make any comparisons there. But
yeah, no. That's normal shit that billionaires do. Okay, he's doing the billionaire shit. Okay, it's not good enough for me. Like I said, being a billionaire isn't okay. The only redemption is what I said. Is like you actually physically are proving you're doing something that, not just, oh yeah, you paid for some eye surgeries. Yeah, well, you're rich because of capitalism. And the fact that anyone needs to pay for eye surgery is the problem in the first place from my perspective. So you shouldn't, as a billionaire, have to pay back into that. Everyone should get their eye surgery as soon as they need it. Not when some billionaire decides, oh, I feel like I need to reinvest because I made so much money. That's dumb, in my opinion.
But the reality is inflation is real. I mean, look at the Biden administration, 4 years, unchecked spending, just billions, and throwing money overseas to, drag shows.
I agree. Mr. Beast could hire a personal mercenary force that could go in and hold guns to every corporation and producer that had chocolate slaves and make sure that they paid their employees. Yeah. Especially in the third world. We proved it. We took Maduro out. No one gives a fuck. Who cares if it's BlackRock or Mr. Beast? It's a corporation. They got the money. Who's going to go, no, Mr. Beast, you shouldn't go in and protect those poor child laborers? And I'm using this as an example, the chat, because like Mr. Beast is a good target because I know a lot about YouTube. I know a lot about the online space, enough. I saw him come up. I saw the influence he had on kids. I see the influence he still has. And I see the power he has. And I don't think he's respecting it.
And all that nonsense they sponsored all over the world. And they drove us into oblivion, and we're just trying to.
Can you imagine? Now there's a video I would buy. That's what I'm talking about. Use your there you go. Bravo. He has no imagination. It's my point.
to maintain right now. And that's
how many views do you think that would get? 80 billion?
What you see, you can't have that kind of spending over 4 years unchecked.
I'd be watching that frame by frame. Yeah. Mining foremen refused to pay their child laborers. Mr. Beast tests new prototype drones on mining foremen. Look, watch them blow up. People are like, hell yeah, bitch ass. There's nothing, there's nothing people hate more. Obviously pedophiles on number one, but secondary to that is child labor, right? Come on. Who's going to care when the mining guy who's got the child labor is taken out by a predatory drone,
And you not
Go, let's go, chat.
And that's exactly what inflation's about. It's like
you get my
have
point.
A glass of sweet tea and you just keep pouring clear water into it. Eventually, it's going to weaken out, and that's what they do. They just print more money, and hopefully they can get through the next election, and that's their goal. It's the goal of power. It's the goal of control. And unfortunately, again, that's what you see. You can't look at the Biden administration, 4 years, unchecked spending, just billions, and throwing money overseas to, drag shows and all that nonsense.
Guy eats the copium, he smokes copium for breakfast, this guy. He smokes the MAGA copium for breakfast. None of... Yeah, fuck Nestle, exactly. I'm being hyperbolic in a way, right? I'm saying that, yeah, a couple of wells here and I'm not saying that's bad. I'm saying that's great. There's nothing bad about that. And I understand why he would do that, because he's a capitalist, right? I totally understand the capitalist mentality and wanting to be when you make it in capitalism, you're like, fuck. And I would too. If I made tons of money on Twitch, for example, if I was making $400,000 a month on Twitch, like some of these botted fucking streamers, I'd have a lot of fucking money. For me, that would be a lot of fucking money. That'd be a really lot of money. That wouldn't be a lot for most people, but that'd be a lot for me. So would I just go buy a fucking Porsche? No, because my mentality isn't about that. I would buy a Porsche, but I wouldn't buy a fucking Bugatti. Would I buy a piece of land? Yeah, I'd buy a piece of land because I've wanted to. But I wouldn't be like...
Since they sponsored all over the world.
I don't want $1 billion.
I
never
into
would.
Oblivion, and we're just trying to maintain right now. And that's what you see. You can't have that kind of spending over 4 years unchecked and you not have to pay the price.
Yeah, Mr. Beast, being the big guy, being the beast, could do something really beast. You know what I mean? And do any of those two things you said. Minus actually killing people, of course. I'm kidding. It could be fake, but symbolic.
That's exactly what inflation's
right?
about. It's like
it could be fun as hell. It could be fake,
and you just keep pouring clear water into it. Eventually,
you bring in the real foreman and you kill them on stream, and then they cooperate, but they don't die. It's like virtual death, and everyone gets to enjoy it. But then you get a redemption arc, and that's like, yeah, Mr. Beast said, fucking don't have any child labor anymore. You're fucking done. Because he's a fucking capitalist pig dog, and he's got lots of money. And if I don't fucking do what he says, he's going to kill me with all his money. I don't know. That's why I don't like that he's cosplaying as just a poor guy. And so, and then Elon Musk is on X. He's like, yeah, I only have 1% I only have 1% of my total worth in cash. And it's like, that's $890 million.
Weaken out, and that's what they do. They just print more money, and hopefully they can get through the next election. And that's their goal. It's the goal of power. It's the goal of control. And unfortunately, again, we need to start looking at what President Trump's agenda was when he ran versus what Congress's was,
No, he's still cosplaying as a core guy. Elon Musk does the same thing. I fucking hate it. Elon Musk is like, yeah, I work 16 hours a day, 45 days a week, and I sleep on the couch. Like, fuck you. Now, I know Mr. Beast is, I'm not trying to be like, I don't dislike Mr. Beast. I think that he needs to wake up and grow up and be a man and understand the power he has. And he will. He's just not old enough yet. You see what I'm saying? There's a point in his brain, it's going to get to where my brain is, and he's going to be like thinking the same way I am. I know it.
He won overwhelmingly, and we won. We're one flu season away. We're one vote from losing the majority in the House right now, and that's
good.
Clearly, I think we need to learn.
The Marxists
are
taking over. Alert! 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 The Marxists.
Different agendas. So I hope we would address that soon.
Yeah, maybe have a talk with your Republican colleague in Florida about his plans, too. All right, Congressman Tim Burchett, thank you very much for joining the Sunday briefing. Always great talking to you, sir.
Hey, everyone.
That's right. They lose. Do you think giving money doesn't usually work, though? Like, could you add up, like, all the money that's been given away to hunger? Think about it. Since you were, like, 10, maybe. Whatever. Like, there's been billionaires giving money away to help the hungry. And there's been people getting paid to help the hungry. And again, in the meantime, everyone's deluded and thinks that the reason the hungry people are hungry is because we don't have the resources to feed them, which is completely wrong. Which we have the resources. As a human race, we have the resources to feed every single hungry person in the world. And then, you know, you go deeper into the rabbit hole and you realize that, well, the reason that the world's this way is because of neoliberal unfettered capitalism. And then once you see that side of the world, you just can't see another side. I just don't see how you could ever look the other way again. That's my opinion. And that's where I'm at. And then, you know, then you come to the point where, oh, guess what? What am I going to do about it? Well, I got to figure out what that looks like politically. Well, guess what? It looks like Marxists. It looks like leftists. It looks like China style to make the poor person have more money by force. Basically.
I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner
That's how
and
I
Kaylee
came.
McEnany on.
That's how I come to the conclusion where I'm at right now while I'm yapping at you guys on this channel and spending my days doing this for practically nothing. Because even I feel like I've been privileged because I'm a white man. And it's not guilt. It's understanding the system. Okay? It's understanding my own privilege. Being able to talk about it. And not get upset about it. And not feel like I'm losing. Because I'm not. I'm not losing. I'm still losing because I'm not rich. I don't have 4,000 subs. You know?
Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern. Or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
You know, I've always been philosophical, so it's one of my fucking failures. Can't avoid it. America's Newsroom. That was a pretty big storm. We got some more shit coming in today that's going to be even worse, apparently. We got 3 inches of rain. God damn it. California used to give us little dribbles. Now it just gives us like 3 inches a month later, 6 inches and a month later, 4 inches, and then nothing. That's what it does.
Now, a question for everybody today. Are we alone in the universe? Former President Barack Obama saying that aliens are in fact real. But
Barack Obama. Oh no. It's Barack Obama. Oh, the biggest disappointment ever. I swear to God, you guys.
But as they're not being held in a classified Air Force facility in the Southwest desert.
Okay. Aliens are real.
Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51. There's no underground facility, unless there's this enormous conspiracy, and they hid it from the President of the United States.
What was the first?
How many blinks was that? Chat. Watch his blink count.
United States.
What was the first question you want?
Is that one blink? Interesting. I know, right? We pretend like we don't have the money for shit. We have all the money for the fucking bombs. We pay their salaries. You think we're cutting off the bomb maker's salary right now? You think the bombs that are going to Israel to kill children are you think the factories that are making those particular THAAD missiles are taking a holiday right now and not getting paid really good money?
Answered when you became
THAAD missiles alone is enough to cure hunger throughout the world, period, for probably 10 years, if not forever. I mean, I'm just throwing it out. I'm not gonna whatever, do the fucking math. Who cares? I don't care. It's not the point. There's plenty of places we could look for that money. It's my point.
Became president.
Aliens are real.
Where are the aliens?
Fun stuff. Caroline Downey, National Review columnist, is here. So is Jimmy Fallon.
Hey.
Fresh off another Saturday night. But for Jimmy, it's always Saturday night.
Amen.
So apparently this was done on Saturday. He felt compelled to come out Sunday and do some clarification.
No, it is better. It is better to show a particular person how to get involved in the capitalist system. Unfortunately, it's what we have right now, right? In a broader world, that person wouldn't need the money because they would already have some money, right? We're not there. But in a world now, the direct route is to actually train that person so they can make money themselves with the money. Yeah, giving them money is good too. Agreed. I mean, you never would if you were going to say take Venezuela and go, okay, let's do the Mr. Beast thing in Venezuela because Mr. Maduro was such a terrible person. We need to go in and help all these starving children in Venezuela because Maduro was terrible. He takes over Venezuela. What would be the thing to do? Dodge.
Statistically,
you wouldn't want to disrupt the whole system. You would want to work with what's there, right?
The president said the universe is so vast that the odds.
That's why when I speak about Marxism or fucking leftism or socialism or communism, whatever we're calling what we're making here in America, it's simply based on what I see here. And it's, even when I talk about fascism in America, it's not necessarily fascism that you might see in Germany, but we have our own version here that's even actually worse, in my opinion, and more susceptible to delusion and more susceptible and, gonna head towards like totalitarian fascism faster than just, fascism light where we're at right now.
Are good. There's life out there. All right, that's fair. But the distances between solar systems are so great that the chances we've been visited by aliens is low. And I saw no evidence during my presidency that extraterrestrials have made contact with us. Really, he says, exclamation point.
Yep.
Jimmy?
Now he needed.
Yeah, I really don't feel like charity as an overall has been good. It's like it's put a Band-Aid on the wound. That's about all it's done. You know what I mean? Like I said, we haven't taken, like we both say, we just haven't taken those direct routes that, and I may be wrong about what direct route that is, but just like obviously not the same route. I do have personal people in my life that have done charity, that are doing charity right now that I said is more direct, and I've seen it personally work. And that is really what works, especially with people that don't know how to make money. People that don't know how to make money, if you help them learn how to make money, they become a different person.
Actually, because half of his party wanted to offer the aliens a stimulus check. He's like, right away, he's like, here's a hotel, here's some food on us. Come on down.
Voter ID.
Free healthcare.
I am. They got the whole thing.
Yeah, and Catholic social justice is a good model for. It does kind of follow some of the leftist propagandist, Marxist stuff. Like, you're right. What I know about it. I don't know that about it, but yeah, it does. Right. Exactly. And that's the model I think that we need to lean into more as it, for existing like charity, because obviously we still have billionaires and millionaires, and obviously billionaires aren't going to stop existing, even though I'm going to yell about it all the time.
I'm of two minds.
It's never going to
on
happen.
this. During my time as a cab driver, I really did believe I met
Cab
people who
driver.
were
This
not
guy
on
has
this
the best
planet.
accent,
I did.
by the way.
That being said, I'm maybe in the minority. I don't believe aliens are out there, or if they are, I don't believe they've visited us.
Oh, I think they are out there, and I think they have visited, and I think that we're missing a fundamental problem when it comes to space. Yeah. I have a lot to say about that.
Because this idea, logistically, that they could fly here from 8 light years away, but they haven't figured out how to land, just seems like an anomaly to me. I feel like if they were real, we would have run into them by now.
Better than that.
Aliens, yeah.
I don't think there's any. But the thing is, it's funny. Like, you haven't been president for a while. You answer a question like this, and all of a sudden, it's like the cat runs away with the spoon.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, the next thing you know, he has to make this clarification. What does Gen Z think about aliens?
Well, so he's actually invoked this in the past, and this makes him not. Out of touch with most of Americans. 54% of U.S. adults think the government is hiding something about UFOs, so he's actually probably resonating with a lot of young. Young Americans as well. Joe Rogan is all over this hobby horse, and so are a lot of other major
Elon
podcasters.
Musk is not.
Yeah.
He's the guy who would know, and he said, I would know, and I don't think they're out
He
there.
might have a pretty good idea. I think his comment about the solar system being so vast is, it's fair. All right, in the meantime, speaking of
If he thinks if he thinks physics is fucking, if Elon Musk thinks physics is like stops at light speed and you're done, you have to reach light speed in order to go to the next fucking planet. He's dumb.
Of space.
Cadets.
Does Elon Musk really
here
have?
is AOC.
Does Elon Musk really have a 150 IQ? Not that I believe in IQs, but.
When asked a question about the U.S. and Taiwan defending it against China, she was in Munich now, right? So the eyes of the world are watching this, all right? And here's how it came out.
Would and should the U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan if China were to move?
I think that
110 to 130, and he's never taken a test. And people think he's a 150 to 160 genius, which I disagree with.
this is such a, you know, I think that this is of course a very longstanding policy of the United States.
Okay, so I watched that thing 3 times on Friday night. I have nothing to do.
Ever.
Wow.
Wow. What are they going to do when she runs for president and wins?
Well, I was curious about
Chat.
the shot that takes the wide shot of the room, and I thought maybe someone was being disingenuous toward her and extending the uhs and the ums. But if you watch it 3 times, you will see that's not the case.
Oh, yeah.
That was her answer.
No, as word salad goes, that was like a 9 on a scale of 1 to Kamala. And what bothers me about it, Hemmer, for real, is she was clearly unprepared. A lot of them looked unprepared. Gretchen Whitmer looked unprepared. The fact that you're going on the world stage to represent America and you didn't bother to know the answer to a very basic question, I think is such an indictment of anybody in that party who wants to be president. They don't seem to want to do the work. The only upside for AOC is she was so difficult to understand, they just booked her to do the Super Bowl halftime show.
Dude, they showed the one spot where she fumbled in that whole thing. Every other clip was gold, and we watched it a couple days ago. It's hilarious. They come in like 5 days later with an AOC clip, and they pick the worst spot, and they clip it, and they're like, hey, we don't got to do anything. She stuck her own foot in her mouth. AOC's going down, folks.
My God.
So she'll be there next year.
Yeah, Bad Bunny.
You know,
Yeah,
it does
Bad
take
Bunny,
A long
yeah.
time to actually get steeped into the policy to understand over a course of time, and then once you start to understand the foreign policy issues, you've done all that work. It's like preparing for a marathon. Like once you're fit, you want to keep going. And you know, the whole flight over there, nobody said we should really make sure you have some answers to some of the obvious questions that could be asked.
Oh,
I mean,
right.
she clearly
In their
stopped being
eyes, yeah, right.
superficial. And for all her Palestine activism,
like, yeah,
she
she's a
didn't
woman.
bother to know that Taiwan is a
She can't be
sovereign
president.
state that is being preyed upon by the Chinese communist regime, and it could disrupt our international balance of power. But if it's not eat the rich or fight the oligarchy, she doesn't really have anything to offer. So you were right the first time when you said space. That was a vacuous answer.
There we go.
She went-
Don't talk about my queen like that.
Isn't the only one though. I mean, but stay tuned for the 5. I have a feeling we'll probably.
Stay tuned for the 5. They're going to rip her a new a-hole if I ever saw one, guys, right?
I mean, like Gretchen Whitmer and others. And one of the things that happens for governors or anybody in the
Yeah, just wait till they actually get beat by a woman named AOC. Like I said, it's going to be... They're going to have so much fodder. It's going to be funny.
is like really good at domestic politics. They want to show their foreign policy chops, and sometimes it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, they tanked that audition, bottom line. And she got the location of Venezuela wrong. Although
No, she didn't. Venezuela is considered the global south. We're not drawing a line to goddamn fucking... Shut the fuck up, you literalist bitch. Only literal when it counts against you, right? Son of a motherfuckers. Venezuela is part of the global south. Don't get it twisted. You just took over. You went in and you used the weapons. Their weapons couldn't even work. We used secret weapons on them. We took out Maduro. That's right. So what are you fucking talking about?
don't hold that against
What
her
are you
because she
talking
also
about,
thought she
Chad?
grew up in the
Huh?
Bronx and she was 100 miles away in a freaking Yorktown Heights. So
She grew up in the Bronx. And she definitely wasn't a waitress when she was elected. Bitch ass. Just sitting around lying. I love being misogynistic against women. They can't be smart. Those women's, you know? You know what I mean? This is the kind of guy that does like super misogynistic, like, hey, you know what I mean? Jokes. Like, you know, when he's like at a party and surrounded by men.
she's not exactly a geography
To Dana's
expert.
point, there's a reason why you live in Iowa for a year.
Yep.
Because you
yeah.
want to rehearse those answers.
Trump
and get them
does
down pat.
excel
Thank
at
you,
beating
Jimmy.
women.
I see
You're
you around.
correct.
Have a-
In all respects.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
Dude, he doesn't say d. Dude, He literally, is he either leaning into the meme or he just doesn't say the duh. He says, kill me.
And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page.
I can't hear it. I can't hear anything but that. That's crazy. All right, guys. What we got? ICE caught sex trafficking.
I'm at the point now.
Yep.
Where
Kyle's like,
it would be easier to tell.
Okay, Kyle Kulinski is now full Marxist, Leninist, fucking communist, okay? He's come onto her side. It's good to see. He used to tread water. He used to sit there. He used to be Jimmy Dore. Oh, I like Jimmy Dore. He's so cool. Woo-hoo-hoo. I'm kidding, but he's coming around.
Tell you the crimes that ICE didn't commit, because they've committed so many that it's basically like all of the crimes. Like,
so far.
You name a crime, ICE has committed that.
Sorry, but we're speaking like this is over, because it isn't. They just like built like ICE detention centers. Hello?
Crime. The CBP has committed those crimes. The feds are committing those crimes.
Are
okay?
committing and
Now
will
we get
continue
this. So
to
Prem
commit.
Talker
How about
says-
you say that? They have committed and will continue to commit. They're continuing to commit crimes as we speak. There are ICE agents in some city right now beating heads in that shouldn't have their heads beat in. No one deserves their head beaten in, okay, and put in fucking CCOT.
Just in the past few months in Minnesota, there have been as many ICE employees arrested for sex trafficking
Let's go.
as there have been people executed.
Some police on police fucking justice, finally. Here we go. Bloomington police.
Executed by ICE agents. A fact everybody brought up is that in Minnesota, there were 3 murders recently. 2 of them were committed by ICE agents. And now we get this. Aaron Rupar says, Bloomington police announce arrests in sex trafficking bust. Rashad Johnson out of Maple Grove. This is the most disturbing arrest that we've had here. He is a backgrounder for ICE, Homeland Security, and federal agencies. So literally his job is to determine who's acceptable to hire for ICE and Homeland Security and the feds. That's his job. He himself is involved in sex trafficking.
Yep, we got all the PDF. We hired all the PDF files. That's right.
Well, now you know why it's the case that ICE is hiring all sorts of criminals. They're hiring domestic abusers.
Right.
They're hiring January 6ers. They're hiring white nationalists. They're hiring Proud Boys and Oath Keepers. They're hiring people who committed robbery, who committed assault. They're hiring all sorts of people who are criminals. And now you know why. The guy who determines who's acceptable to hire is a literal fucking sex trafficker. Here we go, look.
Mr. Rashad Johnson out of Maple Grove. This is the most disturbing arrest that we've had here. He is a backgrounder for ICE, Homeland Security, and federal agencies. So when you're getting your security clearance, this is one of the guys that does your backgrounds, which is kind of scary.
Yeah.
So we locked him up. And I think if you're going to be, these people get access, they get a high security clearance, right? Because again, for all the ICE agents, Homeland Security agents, and people getting security clearance, this is one of the people that
Never
does
thought
the
I'd say I
backgrounds,
like a cop.
and you come
He does
here
something good.
trying to purchase sex.
When a cop is at a loss for words, bro. That begs the question.
Right.
Remember how we discussed
That's what I mean.
Alligator Alcatraz? How
Cops will do fucking
they sent
anything.
a bunch of people there. And I'm not
But
kidding
that's
when I
like-
say over 4,000 people are still missing from Alligator Alcatraz.
Really?
The lawyers don't know where they are. The families don't know where they are.
What?
The friends don't know where
4,000?
they are. Nobody knows. So you look at that and you go, are they being sex trafficked? Are they being sex trafficked? Is as part of ICE, is there an actual active literal sex trafficking
Like, what do
ring
they do?
still involved with ICE where the people who do it are profiting off of that? Is that what's happening? Because I'll tell you what, we've covered the story on this show. They were doing literal slavery, forced labor at their detention camps. We know now they're building concentration camps, 23 of them all across the country. Okay? You name a crime, they committed it. Is it highly organized as it appears to be? Well, the answer to that might be yes. And that should really wake you
The
up
answer
to what we're
always
dealing
is
with
yes.
here. That there is don't
I'm going to
talk
yes
me about
now.
fucking,
I'm
body
fucking.
cameras. We have
Call me
cameras.
Alex
we have
Jones.
These people have been caught committing murder from 17 different angles. They haven't even been arrested. Okay?
Call me
Don't
Alex
talk to me about body
Jones.
cameras. Don't talk to me about just removing the mask. Don't talk
Yeah,
to me
no.
about
Talk to me about
You need
how many of
warrants,
these
which you
fuckers
need
are going
anyway
to
under the
jail.
Constitution.
Yeah.
No, you need to defund these motherfuckers. You need to abolish ICE.
Jail.
You need to actually take away their funding. It's the only way to rein them in. It's the only fucking way. But the Democrats are not talking about that, which is just absolutely devastating. And it makes me want to, like, do you not realize how deep into fascism we already are? Like, you think this is just a game?
Hello.
You think this is just normal politics?
Hello.
This is
Listen
not
to
fucking
brother
normal
Kyle
politics.
here.
All right, more. ICE agent who bit wife during domestic violence incident remains DHS employee. That's great. So we got a fucking domestic abuser who bit his wife and is still, part of DHS. So basically, a permanent occupation of American cities is what ICE was funded for through bipartisan support. Federal records obtained by Wired show that over the past several months, Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the Department of Homeland Security have carried out a secret campaign to expand ICE's physical presence across the U.S. Documents show that more than 150 leases and office expansions have or would place new facilities in nearly every state, many of them in or just outside the country's largest metropolitan areas. In many cases, these facilities, which are to be used by street-level agents and ICE attorneys, are located near elementary schools, medical offices, places of worship, and other sensitive locations. Jesus Christ. In El Paso, Texas, for example, the agency is moving into a large campus of buildings right off of Interstate 10 near multiple local health providers and other businesses. In Irvine, California, ICE is moving into offices located next to a child care agency. Oh, Jesus Christ. More child trafficking, anybody? In New York, ICE is moving into offices on Long Island near a passport center. In a wealthy community near Houston, Texas, ICE appears poised to move into an office building blocks away from a preschool. In documents viewed by Wired, ICE has repeatedly outlined its expansion to cities around the U.S. The September memorandum, citing unusual and compelling urgency for office expansion, states that OPLA will be expanding its legal operations into Birmingham, Alabama, Fort Lauderdale, Fort Myers, Jacksonville, and Tampa, Florida, Des Moines, Iowa, Boise, Idaho, Louisville, Kentucky, and it goes on here. These are all the cities. Now, what do we know about American politics? Rural areas lean right and vote Republican. Cities vote Democrat.
Here's what I think about all these people, dude. Okay. Here's what I think about all these people. Hold on. This is my thought process. And I don't even believe it.
Right.
I don't even believe it. But, you know. Hello? Can we get a 1-2, please? Hello?
To jail. You're playing music.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, this is it. Look.
You're stealing, right to jail. You're playing music too loud, right to jail, right away. You're driving too fast, jail. Slow, jail. You're charging too high prices for sweaters.
Sweaters.
Glasses. You right to jail. You undercook fish, believe it or not, jail.
Straight up.
You overcook chicken, also jail. Undercook, overcook. You make an appointment with a dentist and you don't show up, believe it or not, jail, right away. We have the best patients in the world because of jail.
That's all I can see in my head when these people are like committing crimes. That's all I want to see.
Okay? So now you're going to take your ICE Gestapo thugs who've been accused of every crime in the book, slavery, child sex trafficking, and you're going to open offices near all those cities as you're already occupying many of those cities already, like Minneapolis, okay? Do you not see the picture here? Do you not see what the aim is here, what the goal is here? Round up all the dissidents, put them in fucking concentration camps, intimidate voters, if not just flat out seize the ballots in the cities, and then claim Republicans win. This is how fucked we are right now. This is what I need you to understand. This is none of this is normal. Absolutely none of this is normal. Absolutely none of this is acceptable. This is all like genuinely and sincerely terrifying. All right, Kyle Cheney says, new federal judges are increasingly furious at what they see as a pattern / playbook of defiance by the Trump administration to court orders in immigration cases in Minnesota and around the country. So he continues here and says, they whisk detainees to other states. ICE has made a practice of pinballing people from where they're arrested to facilities in Texas, New Mexico, or elsewhere, and sometimes more than once. It can complicate or defeat challenges to their detention.
So they do it on purpose, and then they get charged double bedtime.
There's a strategy. Instead of arresting you in the place you are and bringing you to the facility near the place you are, they bring you to one in a different state, which gums up the works when it comes to the trial. So now there's confusion. Which court are you supposed to file it in? How are you supposed to know where the person is? They often hide that. They're literally like trying to dodge and evade the law. That's exactly what they're doing here because they know what they're doing is criminal. All right, more. Blowing off deadlines. When detainees sue for release, the administration is increasingly blowing off court-ordered deadlines in response. It's become almost routine and has led judges to order release in some cases. They continue. Improper conditions. When judges order an ICE detainee released, ICE is sometimes requiring them to submit to conditions like GPS monitoring, even though they're not criminal defendants. So that's illegal. Judges say this is a plain violation of their orders. They're left in the cold. You guys have seen this. Or without ID. With increasing frequency, ICE detainees who win release say they're being let out thousands of miles from home and without belongings like ID, wallets, and warm clothes for Minnesota weather. Judges are increasingly ordering humane treatment because they're not getting any. Judge Nelson spent time tracking a UPS shipment to ensure that one man got his documents back. Judge Blackwell emphasized that these transgressions were leading to judges to issue more prescriptive orders. Deficient bond hearings. When judges order detainees to get a chance for bond, they want those detainees to have a fair chance to prove they are not a danger or a flight risk. Increasingly, judges say the bond hearings held by the DOJ have fallen short of constitutional standards. Errors abound. The crush of habeas cases have led to an epidemic of sloppy filings, incorrect info provided to courts, botched attachments of crucial files, etc.
On purpose.
But they're at their most severe when they lead to erroneous deportations, or in one case, a non-deportation that left a man in detention. We literally have DOJ judges who've broken down in court and said, this is all bullshit. I don't want to do this shit anymore. Find me in contempt of court so I can go to sleep. You have judges, George W. Bush judges, Trump judges, who are crashing out oftentimes, okay, and going, why the fuck are you not fucking listening to what I'm saying to you, to the ICE Gestapo thugs? Fatigued. Judges are increasingly exasperated by what they see as a strategy to make the process in court and for detainees writ large as cumbersome and painful as possible, especially when judges have been rejecting their detentions en masse. Bonus rulings. Judge Thomas Johnson, a George W. Bush appointee in West Virginia, used a recent ruling to warn of the dangers of defying due process for immigrants because of what it could mean for Americans. And by the way, that's the point, right? They're not done going after immigrants. They're going to come after Americans. They've already come after a bunch of Americans, but they're going to expand it. Because if due process is gone for immigrants, it's gone for all of us. Because when you say, hey, I'm an American citizen, they go, okay, I don't care. We don't do due process for immigrants or American citizens now. Who cares? We don't do it for anybody. If you don't do it for one, you don't do it for everybody, right? So their rights under attack means everybody's rights are under attack. You need to realize this, okay? You need to understand this. And, by the way, I should point out, we know there was an article that came out, I believe it was in the Washington Post in July. The Trump regime had already blown off 57 court orders, which at the time was about 34% of the cases. My guess is now that number's going up. Now it's we're probably up to 50% or more of the cases where judges say do X, Y, or Z. The Trump regime is just blowing off those court orders. Okay.
Of course.
Look at this one. Daily Beast. A kidney transplant recipient in Minnesota who was arrested by ICE has allegedly been denied access to life-saving medication for more than 4 days. This is exactly what we saw with that precious young girl that we covered on the show the other day, where she had 104 fever. She was taken to the hospital by ICE. They didn't even tell her father. The hospital gave her medicine. The ICE agents then proceeded to not give her the medicine. Okay?
What?
This is who we're dealing with. We're dealing with the scum of the earth. All this, by the way, let me be clear.
They don't even know how to take care of a kid.
This is torture. They are torturing these people. They are torturing them in government custody. There's a huge lawsuit waiting to happen about all of this stuff. A lot of people are going to get paid, and hopefully it's not just a civil case, it's a criminal case. Hopefully a lot of people go to prison based off what we're seeing here. Okay, how about this one? Absolute hell. Irishman with valid U.S. work permit held by ICE since September. The guy has a work visa, is married to a U.S. citizen, and has lived in the U.S. for 20 years. A judge ruled for him to be released, and ICE is still holding him in a concentration camp in Texas. This could be literally any of us. This could be you. This could be me. This could be your mom, your dad, your sister, your brother, your friends, your family. This could be fucking any of us. Let me reiterate that. The guy has a work visa, so he's here legally. He's married to a U.S. citizen, here doubly legally, okay? Has lived in the U.S. for 20 years. This is his home. Judge says release him, and ICE is still holding him in a concentration camp in Texas. And he said, I'm all the inmates here. They're great. I got no problem with them whatsoever. The fucking ICE, they're capable of anything. The guards, they're capable of anything. And I'm fucking terrified of them. This is where we are. Fascism is here in this country, y'all. All right, how about this one? Ken Klippenstein uncovers a disturbing report in that DHS is spying on Reddit users for messages and posts critical of DHS and ICE. They are looking for people criticizing DHS and ICE. As if none of that, of course that's illegal. Of course that's not acceptable. Of course that's unconstitutional. But they're doing it. But they're doing it. By the way, shout out to Ken Clemenstein. Everybody go sign up for his newsletter on Substack. Also, of course, Drop Site News, same thing. Everybody go check them out because there's a lot of people doing a lot of great work out there these days, and we need them more than ever. All right, how about this one? In the last month, ICE has bought warehouses in Hagerstown, Maryland, $102 million. Surprise, Arizona, $70 million. Hamburg, Pennsylvania, $87 million. Tremont, Pennsylvania, $120 million. San Antonio, Texas, $82 million. El Paso, Texas, $123 million. And then, like I said, they're in the process of building 23 concentration camps. That is what they're doing. That's what they're doing. So this just came out the other day. A lot of people are talking about it. Ready? Less than 14% of ICE arrests involve those accused or convicted of violent crimes. So understand something. That means the number of convicted is probably even way lower than that. We're probably looking at 95% of the people that ICE is going after are not violent, undocumented immigrants. Like 95% or so. Probably even more than that, if I'm being honest. But it's 86% are not convicted violent criminals or even accused to be violent criminals. And remember, accused is a much lower bar. You shouldn't really go. You should go based off convicted, not accused. But 86% are not accused or convicted of violent crimes. So in other words, all the bullshit that some people thought of, oh, they're only going to go after the real bad guys, the violent criminals, the gang members, the cartels, the rapists, the shit that they say all the fucking time is what Trump still says this
Only
day.
idiots believe that.
We're going after the worst of the worst. Now
The worst of the worst.
That is just a fucking lie.
We knew it.
Only 14% are accused or convicted of a violent crime.
If you would have been here when he said that, I would have told you. And I did tell my chat that they're going to go after everyone. My stance has never changed. My read on this has never changed. Nope.
So that's 86%
Been
of
here,
people are
folks.
fucking... These are innocent people. These are totally innocent
Been
people.
here talking
It's actually
about
more
this.
than that because, again, of the accused
Same
people
take
who committed a violent
2
crime,
years
that doesn't
ago.
mean they actually did. You need to prove that, right? So about 95% of these people totally innocent of any wrongdoing.
That's what I'm saying. Kyle's catching up. It's great.
So just a nightmare. This is just a nightmare. And I feel every day I do these segments on ICE. And like I said, I'm at the point where it would be easier for me to come out here and say, here's the handful of crimes they didn't commit. Like, oh, they didn't jaywalk today. Like, because they do all the other crimes all the fucking time. All the time. You come up with some depraved scenario, they fucking did it. They did it. So, man, accountability, justice, consequences, new Nuremberg trials, they have to come sooner rather than later.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click
Yes,
the
sir.
bell.
Okay. Hassan's right.
Science is political. Hassan is right. Newsom would just create a slow decline to fascism. Also, all the liberals wanting to start the vote blue no matter who before the primary, before the midterms, they were really quiet about Zoran. This is in reference to Hassan Piker was on with Jennifer Welsh on it was I've Had It, right?
No, it was a third-person show. I'm not as familiar with.
Okay. Well, nevertheless, he was asked, Gavin Newsom and J.D. Vance, who would you vote for? Son, being in California, is A, both very familiar with Gavin Newsom, and B, in California. And he said he would vote third party. Now, I assume...
B, in California.
People are not upset about how he's going to vote personally because it's California.
Oh, they are.
And as I've said many times, like,
I said, we get our protest vote.
The issue in a safe state, who you're going to vote for, is sort of secondary. But also...
Sort of secondary.
And I am someone who votes for the lesser of two evils. But the idea that you would espouse the voting of the lesser of two evils in a primary, because that's where we are. Let's be clear. There is no nominee for the Democratic primary, and there is no nominee for the Republican, I should say, there's no Democratic nominee for the presidency, and there's no Republican nominee for the presidency. The idea that you would even be even remotely perturbed during essentially what we're in is the pre-primary or the primary for 2028 as to what people are saying. I mean, I would imagine when we were in 2020 saying something to the effect of like, I can't even imagine voting for Joe Biden. It is stupid. And what it does to me when people do that, I mean, obviously, yes, there's the hypocrisy about Chuck Schumer not voting for Zoran and and Jeffries, like, you know, endorsing so late. I mean, all of that. It just goes to show, like, they don't even believe that stuff. But in fact, I probably believe it more than they do.
Probably Hasan does.
But the idea that you would chastise somebody during a primary for such a thing gives away the game to me.
Yep, that's what Hasan said.
Like, I am very late to the awareness of people being, and obviously now we have stories about how people are being paid online, influencers and stuff like that. I mean, I started doing this at a time where the idea of that was absurd. There was no even mechanism for anything like that. And so it never really occurs to me, but like, I am just shocked that there is supposedly this many people motivated about who you're going to vote for in the 2028 presidential election. Like, we're not even in the primary yet. It's a very weird reaction.
Especially in the context of the previous election and what happened, say, in Michigan.
Yes, and I will also say, like, what's clearly going on right now, to the extent that there is any competition for the Democratic establishment and the narrative about which politics work better for the country, it is quite clear who is winning, at least relative to this competition in the past. And there was a poll, this Harry Hamden clip that was going around. The number of voters who have said that the Democratic Party is too liberal is 10% higher now than it was, I think, like, I don't know, 2024 or in the past 2 years or something. Now, in my mind, but I scroll through to where it was.
99, is that the...
I keep going. Okay. So right now we've seen that
he's got hair like
42% of, I was shocked by this, of Democrats who perceive themselves as democratic socialists, 42% under the age of 35 do, 33% of all Democrats do, which I was shocked by.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
I would expect that to be a bigger difference in those age numbers. Yeah, the older Dems.
But keep going down. And then the argument is being made here. Okay, so in 2013, back during Obama, 48% of voters say Democrats are too liberal. In 2025, 58%. The problem is, I will tell you this right now.
What's the problem, Michael?
In 2004, if you said you were a liberal, you would be pilloried by everybody from the right.
Correct.
Because it was considered like liberal meant communist. Like, literally. The whole word progressive really came in
because of
as
liberal.
a word to say other than liberal. In that era, that's what it meant.
That's why you heard the old guys, goddamn liberal.
15 years later,
he's right.
Sometime in like 2017, 2018, if you identified as a liberal, you would not get attacked by someone on the right. Like, I had people call me on Air America saying, like, you're a liberal. And I would say, dude, I'm to the left of that. And they'd be like, what? You just admitted it. Like, literally, I was like, yes, I'm doing a radio show.
I remember this era well.
And if I said I'm a liberal in 2018 on this show, the calls I would get would not be conservatives going, you just admitted it. It would be all people from the left, mostly younger than me. A lot of people are now, saying like, I knew it. I knew it. And so the idea that like there's 10% extra who's saying that Democrats are too liberal, I don't think it means what it would have meant in 2013 or 1996. I think it means that there are people who are going like, they support Zionism. They are, too wishy-washy on shit.
Partner with capitalists.
They partner with capitalists. I mean, it only makes sense.
Liberal democracy.
I would like to see what the numbers of Democrats that associated themselves with as being democratic socialists in 2013 and 1996. But the point is, you're seeing polling like this because there is a concerted effort. Every day I read, there's another group out there funded by crypto money, whatever it is. Stories that Chuck Schumer is actually doing a good job recruiting Senate candidates. Really? Because it doesn't look like the Chuck Schumer picked candidate is going to win in Michigan. May not be my chosen candidate, but McMurrow wasn't picked by Schumer. In Maine, I just looked at the fundraising numbers for Janet Mills. I mean, Maine Democrats don't want Janet Mills. Plattner is probably going to win that. Knock on wood. He didn't pick Osborne. Mary Patola, was there anybody else running for Senate in Alaska? Is there? I don't think so. Like, there's no evidence that Chuck Schumer has done anything in terms of picking a good candidate for the Senate. But they're trying to promote this notion. So I don't know. I think that, like, if you see somebody bitching about Hassan Piker's answering of a completely hypothetical question at a time where, if you believe that primaries are important, maybe you don't, in which case I don't give a shit what you think, frankly.
Yeah.
But if you believe that primaries are important, what difference does it what he says now? I mean, it's
and I'll tell you this: I've seen politicians when they hear that Hassan is in the vicinity, and the Democrat politicians, the way they want to be on that stream, they understand this. The people that don't understand this are people that don't want Hassan to have influence. That's it. And
this is people. I mean, Hassan is a proxy for them losing another fight.
Yep.
All of those people right now, we're thinking Zoran is going to be hated by now.
Yep.
And they're all the ones talking about, like, why is the snow still there in Manhattan?
Yeah.
Yesterday was our first day above like 35, I think.
It's been crazy.
37.
I swear they're using the weather machines against Zoran.
It got warmer because Zoran caved.
Yeah.
Yeah. Taco Zoran.
They turned the freeze ray off.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
Taco Zoran. Oh, my God. All right. The olds are doing it again, guys.
Here's Bill Maher talking with Adam Carolla, and they have an interesting thing to say about, where all this politics is going.
You're, Republican and right-leaning. I go, listen, I don't own a gun. I'm not religious at all. I'm for abortion and pot smoking and everything. How right can I be?
You've put your finger on the thing.
Dude, that doesn't make you right, bitch.
About the woke and the far left, which is this, that they want to characterize people, you, me, Barry Weiss, who's a lesbian and Jewish, and things that used to be our.
Isn't the thing that finally destroyed Adam Carolla in the mainstream entirely? That weird live stream he did where he was following around a black woman or a black couple and saying insanely racist things to them.
I think so.
I'm pretty sure that was. What was that?
That was Anthony Cumia.
I'm
From
thinking of the
Opie and
wrong
Anthony.
guy. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Whoops.
A different Adam C. Oh shit!
I got confused.
Oh no!
Oh, this is.
I could see why.
It's racist.
I don't know. Like, is it just me or does right-wing media seem especially whiny recently? I don't know if it's because the Epstein files have come
like,
out. I don't know if it's because they feel like they're on the back foot because a lot of the people
They're
who
so
like,
whiny.
were
They're like
kind of
they're the
working
woke
with them,
now.
like a lot of the more maybe just politically agnostic alpha bro podcasters were kind of on their side, so they felt cool for a little bit. They felt cool when that like what Andrew Schultz guy was like, you know, bigging them up. They felt cool when they had some like actual real comedians for the first time on their side.
Oh, he says
And,
bigging them
you
up.
know,
I like
not
that.
that they've been almost fully abandoned by
Bro's
those
been
people
in
because
London,
of what
yo.
Trump has been doing with Epstein and
tell
with
he's
the
a-
ICE stuff. They're kind of just, they're really leaning into the poor me bullshit again. They're really leaning into the boo hoo boo. It's so hard to be an older
A white wig
man who's a
wigger.
millionaire.
People
Stuff.
call me a
Honestly,
Nazi.
I find it to be unattractive, but I know
Whoa.
like their right wing
Yeah.
audience like loves this shit. They lap it up. They can't help but just like slurp this stuff up. They love the slurp juice.
Yep.
Well, they're having like victim withdrawal because they are in power in
Yes.
every single facet of this government.
Yeah, that's the weird thing is like it's the JD Vanceification, but it only it is really intolerable when they are in power, and it's all the whining. Yeah, let's play a little bit more of this.
Me, Barry Weiss.
Oh, sorry.
You know,
That's
who's a lesbian and
Yeah.
Go
Very
back
white.
about 10 seconds.
Very
if
white.
I scripted this for us to like tee off on, I could
Couldn't
not
have
have
been
inserted
better.
a better name. The idea that Barry Weiss is not a conservative,
right,
is something that could only be said by a rabid Zionist reactionary,
Exactly.
like Bill Maher, and that's what
Exactly.
he is.
And that's why he dragged her
Yeah,
in.
Go ahead, Brandon.
It's because ultimately, even though they consider themselves, whatever they consider themselves, they still believe in neoliberal identity politics. They
Right.
still believe that
Yeah.
if you just belong to a certain group, or if you don't belong to a certain group,
Right.
which we very often code being racist or right wing or visibly right wing as being something that hillbillies are, like low class, like poor Southerners are. Even though we know a lot of billionaires vote Republican, like they just think that if you happen to have the right identity check marks, that tells you what politics you are. Like, oh, you're a lesbian, you must be like a communist. But that's just that's superficial, obviously.
Yeah.
That's literally where he goes.
Plenty
with
of
this.
communists. Oh, does really? Oh god.
about the woke and the far left, which is this, that
That's
they
really where
want
he
to
goes with
characterize people. You, me, Barry Weiss, who's a lesbian and Jewish, and things that used to be our. We need no further credentials to let you know that we are certainly not conservatives. We're not right wingers. We're not
Credentials.
whatever you think, and yet it's never enough for them.
Right.
It's never enough that we're just not willing to go along with your insanity. That doesn't make us conservatives.
How about if you testify in front of look, I know Adam Carolla says he really cares about abortion. I guess we'll take that at face value as he goes to testify for Republicans about how bad wokeness and free speech is. I mean, outrageous.
Yeah, absolutely outrageous.
Let's go a little bit further here before we play a little bit of old Bill Maher so we can talk about how much of a principled liberal leftist he is.
Right. No, I agree. Barry's great, and there's many people that way. And again, it's interesting because they feel compelled to put you somewhere, and if you don't conform,
You put yourself there.
Doesn't work. Yes, then they have an issue with it. But I think, well, first off, here's the thing. Imagine if you had to conform. I mean, imagine if COVID came around and you just had to go in.
I did.
All in on all of it.
I did have to conform. I didn't want the vaccine at all. Not that I'm against all vaccines.
Okay,
just
whatever.
I
Enough
didn't
of this
think I
bullshit.
needed that.
I can't believe these guys are still so.
I had
hung
to
up
get
on
a
COVID
vaccine.
in terms
It's the
of,
first
like-
time
to
any
keep
of these
my
guys
capitalist
are told
job.
to do something against their will, maybe ever in their lives.
But they didn't even have to do it. They just couldn't partake in certain things if they didn't. But nothing that was mandatory. It wasn't like you can't eat or sleep or live in your home.
Right.
Like,
I don't say that.
you could have done whatever you wanted except partake in certain things that we're saying we can't have you here. We don't want you here if you're not vaccinated. These guys are just so ridiculous. I mean, I also love the identity politics thing when they're literally doing identity politics. Like, we believe in abortions and so we have to be liberal. I mean, that's our identity when
you're Jewish.
Yeah,
I gotta be honest. Like, I don't know. I gotta be honest. I know we say this all the time, and we're definitely biased. But like, being a conservative seems incredibly embarrassing because they're always running away from it. Conservatives, like the conservatives are always running away from being conservative, from identifying as conservative, from like owning it. You don't see this from people on the left. You don't see this from people, and even conservatives want to imagine that they're on the left. And so I just feel like they should, either adopt our positions or shut up, because clearly, like, they're too embarrassed to be seen like on the right. And I understand that, but there's so much denialism, there's so much projection, and I know some of that is because of the propaganda that gets associated with like the right left spectrum. But it seems so like hard to be like involved in this kind of space with the
I mean another thing to strengthen that point too is look what they're spending the time talking about. They're not talking about the things they believe that make them clash with the other liberals, that make those liberals say
fuck you, Bill Maher. Yeah,
they're talking about the things that they believe make them liberal, that they're in agreement of. Why don't you guys talk about the specifics or even touch upon one thing
it's never enough
you disagree with liberals about? And I think that tells you everything you need to know.
We give and we give, and it's never enough.
It takes the mask right off, right?
The only thing that they can say that makes them like significantly left is that essentially they like smoking weed. Because whenever someone like says like, "Oh, I'm a leftist because like of weed," they just mean they like smoking it, and they want to make it as easy as possible. And the abortion thing, if it's not rooted in any particular like personal story they have with impregnating perhaps a too young lady and needing an abortion, it's just a situation of like, I don't care. Like I'm not a woman, so I don't care. That doesn't make you, in my opinion, politically left. Because I do care. Like I do care if women are allowed to get abortions. I do think that it should happen. Like, so the position of like, I'm a liberal, I just don't care what happens to women or if gay people get married. Some people get by on that because the bar is so low in America. But that does distinguish you from, I think, people who are reasonably considered like on the left, because you don't care.
Because
you don't
stand
care
on
people
that.
have rights. You just only care about the things that affect you.
He's right, because you're standing on those things like I do.
They tend to be conservative, right? Like you said, they're only willing to highlight the little bit of overlap that they have that are all rooted in like, well, I don't care about that issue, or I do because it personally impacts me. But the other things, it's so much distance.
It was the entire sort of anti-vax bullshit, from like the dumb idiot streamers up to like people like Vinay Prasad or Jay Bhattacharya of the Brownstone Institute, people who were given platforms on ostensibly leftist podcasts to talk about the overreach of pharma. I want to say that was all horseshit. That was all horseshit. Everyone that purveyed that should be ashamed of themselves.
I agree.
The people who hosted Vinay Prasad, who is now in power, who is now saying, "Oh yeah, we're not even going to." The FDA is done looking at new vaccines. The only thing that was scandalous about the vaccine policy in the United States of America wasn't that it was secretly killing people or causing people to die. It was that our government decided that it was enough, even though it didn't completely protect from adverse events. It was enough to compel people back into the workforce. Full stop. It is not deeper than that. Because truthfully, the problem with the vaccines is that they weren't nationalized. Like, it's not that they were scary. And all this Jimmy Dore shit about how it's actually like causing all these adverse events. It was the largest vaccination campaign in like modern history.
Yeah.
If there was actually these large amounts of adverse effects, we would hear more than just
Indian
the dumbass
people
bear
had
shit
the same
that they
fucking
constantly
vaccine.
talk about. You would see a huge problem. You know what we actually do see is long-term effects from COVID. It fucking sucks.
Correct.
Long-term effects that are worsened by people not getting the vaccine. And I can't stand that it's just not a part of my health care, that I can go in and get vaccinated for all this stuff all the time. I'm boosted. Got boosted, I think it was last fall. Maybe it was the fall before. But I am not ashamed to say that. And there's a certain type of like discourse around this that is like people say like, you boosted? Yeah, motherfucker. Like, and this idea that the people who like didn't want to get the vaccine but still wanted to go to fucking Denny's or TGI Fridays.
Yeah,
I'm
fuck
sorry.
you.
Stay the fuck home. Order in. Like, you were not a fucking victim. And
Yeah.
all those people being like,
Yeah.
oh,
I'm
this
a
ICE
victim.
this ICE stuff gets you mad. Well, I was out on the government when they started checking people's papers to see if I was vaccinated. You're fucking babies. You're fucking
Yeah,
stupid.
he's right.
And,
You're a
and
fucking
people
baby,
have respected this
exactly.
stuff for way too long.
I agree.
And I think people should
I
go
agree.
back and find out if their favorite
Bill Maher's a
YouTuber
fucking
had
baby.
Vinay Prasad on, or Jay Bhattacharya. Jay Bhattacharya, who at the beginning of COVID said the case against Medicare for all. Like, these are charlatans that exist as
Yeah.
part of a conspiracy against
Bro does not
empowering you
forget.
over your
He's
health.
good.
And they were peddled by people as if they were some kind of libertarian against big pharma. They were not. They were charlatans.
Damn.
I got a little heated there.
Oh, whoa.
That was perfect. I
Damn.
mean, you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely right.
They're
And
almost
the
in
fact
bad
that-
faith, I would say. Almost in bad faith. Anyway, go ahead, Bender.
Well,
No,
I
I
was
think,
just
you
saying,
know,
like, the fact that these guys still, like, so many of these people still obsess over this, obsess over something that is now, geez, it's going to be 6 years ago, and they're still obsessing over that time frame. And because they're obsessed over that time frame, they're affecting 6 years on medical advancements in not just the area of COVID and COVID prevention, but also
everything
every
else
other
too,
illness as well,
cancer.
because this whole anti-COVID vaccine thing, because the government can't tell me
Anti-mRNA
what to
shit.
do, has manifested into a full-blown. I mean, anti-vaxxers always existed,
Olds
but
are
they
at
were
it
always on the
again,
fringe.
like they said.
Now, because of the COVID vaccine, anti-vaccine sentiment across the board for all sorts of illnesses and diseases has become a mainstream thing that we have to deal with now. We see people across the country, different communities, be ravaged by diseases that were obliterated just months or years
measles
ago.
is in California.
I should say, like, they didn't exist just months or years ago. They were obliterated many years ago thanks to the invention of those vaccines.
I mean, Claudia Scheinbaum is having to say, like, in addition to all the guns and drug problems, the demand in your country and supply of those things is causing. Also, you're giving us fucking measles. Like, that's how shabby this country is right now.
Fuck.
No, I mean, the response to, like, the public health initiative, I would say, like, almost impressive at its
You're giving us
scientific level
fucking
public
measles.
health initiative by the
La
CDC
chinga.
and associated scientists during COVID-19 was just, overshadowed by the culture that it was received by. And in the United States, there are just certain things about our culture that made it very difficult for people to appreciate what was happening in a way that would result. And I think anything kind of but this and left for, like, a radical transformation in people's imagination. And, we're hyper atomized, we're hyper individualistic. People associate freedom in America with consumer culture. And so not being allowed to go and shop in person, not being allowed to eat inside your favorite restaurant, for some people did feel like a loss of their only freedom that they ever had. And even people who consider themselves, I remember people who consider themselves to be like leftists felt the same way, because it's like, that's all you have in America. If you don't have the ability to go to Target and pick between 17 different types of Cheerios, you don't have freedom. If you don't have the ability to, like, work 55 hours a week and then maybe on Friday afford to spend some of that money on a bar with your friends, you don't have anything in America. And I think the pandemic exposed that to a lot of people. And instead of,
well, it
really
exposed the
confronting that,
capitalist
a lot of
fucking
people weren't able
grind
to
for
confront
sure.
that the way they should have. They retreated into this idea of, like, it was like oppressive. It was like being in Nazi Germany. It was like the Holocaust, because I couldn't buy the things I wanted to in person. I couldn't go to Chili's. And, I think it's just sad. It really speaks to the imagination of people in the United States, that for them, that was the worst thing that they could possibly ever imagine. And they're talking about it 6 years later, not because millions of people died, but because they couldn't go to Chili's, because they couldn't go to the concert that they wanted. And people will try to dress it up. They'll go, like, this is not about that. This is about rights. This is about, like, freedom. It's like, yeah, but for you, like, those rights and freedoms are the ability to go to Chili's, right? And so we can agree that there is an abstract
Jalapeno
value
poppers.
to that, right? But what you're really
I want my
concerned about is that you
jalapeno
weren't able to
poppers.
go shopping, and you weren't able
God
to go
damn
to
it.
Chili's. Sometimes people go, I wasn't able to go to church. The fuck you weren't, bro. You weren't going to church. Like, not consistently. That wasn't happening.
Also, they only think about their individual freedom.
Right.
They're not thinking about the freedom of them, a anti-vaxxer, non-vaccinated person, was taking away from other people who still couldn't go to places because of individuals like them, who had freedoms taken away from them because they had to say, you can't tell me what to do. So they took away other people's freedom. They never think about those people.
Yeah,
those people, they're just they're disposable. Those people don't have real freedoms. They don't matter.
No, worse than that, they do think about other people's freedoms. Like, that's how Americans feel extra free, when at least a certain class of Americans, when they're trampling over other people's freedom.
Exactly.
It just goes all the way back to the United States as like,
unless you're trampling on someone else's freedom, you're not really free,
a
right?
nation that was founded on genocide. A lot of Americans, have a hard time conceptualizing freedom. What freedom means outside of the dynamic of I'm taking away someone else's right. Like, freedom in America is like, where can I bring my gun and make people uncomfortable, but they can't legally allow me to go.
Freedom to me is
legally kick me out of. Like, how far can I put my hand in your face before it becomes a crime? That's how Americans conceptualize freedom a lot of times. Like, what identity factors, what kind of day do I have to have before I deserve to be able to like afford to rent a slave and mistreat them on a delivery app without judgment? And you might say that all of those things, you can dress those up, but at their core, they are not the mental hangups of a dynamic society, or a society that can handle the dynamism that's necessary in a world where like climate catastrophes happening all the time, like pandemics, because it means that we're so rigid, and so much of our freedom is about like, can I sneeze in your face without wearing a mask? And if you go like, I don't think that we should be thinking like that. People go like, in the Constitution it says that I need to be allowed to do that, and you go like, well, maybe it does, but I don't think that's good. And then because of our civil rights issues, like, it just doesn't go anywhere because we have so many hangups.
Yep. There's a book, I'm looking up the source in my library here.
He's a reader.
American Slavery, American Freedom is a great history of how, exactly our definition of liberty was developed in part by slave drivers, almost in full by slave drivers who considered it, the ability to bring a gun and slaves into areas and have the government protect that right for their happiness, the happiness of the slave owners.
Yes.
Some IMs here. The Kirk cover-up with the FBI is obviously to hide the evidence of mRNA vax side effect sudden neck failure, which Big Pharma from the start of the pandemic. That's from
the pandemic.
Let's see here. Preach, Matt. I love hearing IMs like that.
That's funny.
The funny thing is, look up a Dave Rubin video from 2015 of Cara Santa Maria, who is of the Skeptic's Guide to the Universe, where he talks about how crazy is that these lefty hippies don't want to get their kids vaccinated. And now what's he doing is completely peddling that same thing, because none of these people have anything remotely close to principles here. I got sidetracked on something that I wanted to get to. And I don't know if this is going to be able to be included in the Bill Maher clip, but Bill Maher talking about, everyone wants to define me as like not good enough. These far left woke people. Here's a clip from, I believe, 1997. I don't know if it says they're on there. It's old. I'll maybe Google it, but it's when Christopher Hitchens' book, The Trial of Henry Kissinger came out.
Oh, right.
So we are talking about a long time ago.
Holy
shit. And here's Bill Maher talking about Vietnam. And I'll just say, like, this seems to me like the opinion of a right-wing zealot, not someone I would consider on the left. Here's Bill Maher. If you want to full screen that, maybe, or you can play it how you want.
Bill Maher's always been Maher. Oh yeah, this is famous.
Great writers, I have to say. I don't agree with everything in here.
Look who's sitting next to him.
Those two. Right. It's about Henry Kissinger, and you're not the first to say that he is responsible for a lot of the atrocities in Indochina, and of course with the Bob Kerrey situation all in the news. I've been hearing nothing but Vietnam the last couple of weeks, and I have to tell you, it bothers me that there is this conventional wisdom that is in every article I hear, every article I read, every news report I hear, about Vietnam was a wasted war. We should never have gone. I have said many times on the show, I thought it was a necessary war. It was very nice for Ronald Reagan, an actor playing the president, to go over to the Berlin Wall and say, tear down that wall. That is not what won the Cold War. That was a wonderful money shot. It's true. It was a good photo op. What won the Cold War was we demonstrating to the bullies of the world that we would put ourselves on the line and spend lives. The Vietnam War didn't have to happen in Vietnam, but it had to happen somewhere.
Oh my God! Holy shit!
It was Gene Simmons. Yep.
That was Gene
we had
Simmons
to
sitting
spend
there,
those
too.
lives somewhere. We had to get people taken down in helicopters in the jungle across the world somewhere to prove that we'll stand up to bullies. People should remember, Ho Chi Minh cited Thomas Jefferson's Declaration of Independence when Vietnam was trying to have a decolonial revolution against the French. And America decided, you know what? We actually aren't ready for that.
Yeah,
we're going to step in.
Yeah, we're gonna come kill every single one of you.
Colonialists leave, and we're going to prop up an entire puppet government that we're going to insist has a right to defend itself, and we're going to arm that right. And in that case, we're never able to get the numbers with the fake puppet regime, and it failed. It was a complete. It was evil. The Vietnam War was evil. There's not two sides to it. Nobody, and it's not just evil because American soldiers died for it.
No.
Well, that isn't part
Everything
of it.
about
we're
it.
talking about
the whole
the different
idea
sorts of lack of caring. For Vietnam, you know who really needed a Vietnam to happen somewhere was the defense contractors like Bell Helicopter. Because every single time that one of those helicopters went down into a jungle, Bell Helicopter got to make a new helicopter and sell it to the government.
Yep.
Like the idea that this was for freedom or standing up to bullies is so fucking stupid.
It was the beginning of the industrial military complex.
To play it, but
Come on.
People can look up. It's part of the good Hitchens before he was defending the Iraq War. But yeah, it's appalling. And Bill Maher does not represent me. I have not felt represented by Bill Maher as somebody on the left for, I don't know, a long time. I even thought as a teenage atheist, I thought Religulous was fucking ham-fisted and stupid.
Yeah, I thought it was
but the
kind of
idea
bad
that somebody who, like Bill Maher, who's going to defend Israel and everything going on there on the basis of the Bible says so, which he has done.
Yep.
This is a guy who is supposedly an atheist. Like it's a sham. Like people should remove Bill Maher from their media diet at this point. If they're listening to this program and somehow also still checking in on Bill Maher, which I did for a while because look, I appreciate that he releases the audio for his show on podcast form. That was useful to me in 2008.
Yeah.
Got to move on from these guys. Got to move on from them.
Even Jeffrey Epstein didn't want to hang out with them.
Oh yeah, he's not in the files. So disappointing.
Damn.
Surprise. I mean, but that's the other thing is Bill Maher talking about this Hollywood stuff and Hollywood, you're making it troublesome, okay?
Yeah.
You went to Mar-a-Lago to have dinner with Trump and Kid Rock. Who are you? Some policy guy? No. Let's take a few more IMs here. I feel like I'm going nuts. How are more people not outraged by pedos running our country?
Yeah.
How is no one in jail in America? Well, a guy did get thrown in jail, and then he died under suspicious circumstances.
Yeah.
And
His
was
name
either
was
killed or he was allowed
Epstein.
to kill himself. And I'm not. Do you guys have any opinions on the Epstein thing at this juncture? I've always been sort of agnostic about whether he was given the. Or there's the new theory that he's still alive, but that
I don't think he's still alive.
No,
Yeah, he's not. I don't think he's still alive either. Those images that keep being shared
were
online of
fucking-
a bearded guy who
that's fucking
looks
AI.
like Epstein in Israel or whatever.
That's it.
I saw a debunk where someone looked into the original poster of that's Reddit history, and they've been posting obvious AI images of that same AI created guy for many times. It's not I was just in Israel and I saw this guy walk by and I snapped a photo, in different outfits, in different places. So it's not you just ran into a guy and then maybe that's Jeffrey Epstein. It's someone's creating these images of this guy. So
it strikes me as the way that certain conspiracy theories get sort of Alex Jonesified with more maximalist claims made about them to kind of discredit everything else that's going on, which is that clearly one of two things happened with Jeffrey Epstein in prison in Manhattan,
Correct.
which is that there
the
was
distraction
some
is good,
shadiness
too.
that allowed him to get
truth.
access to enough fucking blankets to kill himself, or he was murdered. Those are the two options, and both
That
of
makes
them
sense to
is a
me.
conspiracy.
Both of
Yeah.
them suck.
I think it's I think again, I don't know, so I'm not going to speculate on exactly what happened, but I'll say the case for him either being killed or given the ability to kill himself is getting stronger and stronger with each one of these releases.
Yep.
Well, I would say I think at a floor now, after seeing some of the released images of what his cell looked like with all that fabric that he could use to kill himself.
Correct.
There were and if the photo that I am thinking of was actually taken of his cell at the time or after his death, there were enough essentially blankets or whatever for him to kill himself by eating them at that point.
Yeah.
And so
or
it seemed that
Rapunzel out.
Yeah, and so it's not the most basic level. He was not being subjected, much like Ghislaine Maxwell is not being subjected to the same standards the same standards that you would expect to be followed with a person of his stature in this particular case. And so I think that's the minimum that we can say. Whether or not he killed himself willingly, or he was forced to kill himself, or someone actually went in there and garroted him and they just left stuff around, I don't think that we can say, right? But I think we have to be comfortable with that lack of perfect knowledge. What I think we can, what I think though, is that to your point about people like Alex Jones and conspiracies, I think a lot of times when you Alex Jones conspiracies, it's to soften them. It's to make them seem like less bad than they are. And that's what I think of the Epstein is still alive conspiracy. Because, if you believe Epstein is still alive, that's like believing that there's only one Epstein. So he has to be still alive because he was so important. He was so important that no one would ever dare to kill him because who else would run this organization? Epstein was a stand-in. He was a cutout for somebody, something, right? He wasn't the only one. He's probably still not the only one who is doing it now. And so to believe that Epstein is still alive, I think fits in people's belief that no, Epstein was so singular, great man pedo theory. Epstein was so singular,
one of many,
to this kind of thing, that without Epstein's being alive, it can't keep going, or they would never kill him because there's no one like him. There's probably another Epstein already. It's the same thing with the Maduro situation, or any cartel that Trump is trying to allege exists. Even if it did work that way, if you just kill the head of the organization, it doesn't fall apart except for in extreme cases. And it doesn't seem like this was, despite Epstein's eccentricities, it doesn't seem like this was an unsophisticated operation.
Yeah. Right. I mean, what strikes me when I see the releases, the emails, is how recent a lot of the emails were.
I know, right?
These
that
aren't
is
just
crazy.
a bunch of emails from a decade ago. Some of a decade before he died, I should say. These are emails that were from the days before. So to me, it didn't come across as a guy who was spiraling, knew something was gonna, this was the end for him, and he gets arrested. He goes to jail, and this isn't a situation where that's that he's not familiar with. He's faced this before and got away with it. So the idea that he wouldn't think he's gonna, get out of it again, so he had to kill himself.
Yeah. Why would he do that?
Suspicious to me.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe
button. Yeah, why would
button.
he do that? Why would? All right, here we go.
Activist politically, would you have applied the same 35 million times? South Carolina Representative Nancy Mace pled the fifth, but her lawyer, David
Why do I have this?
The American public truly want to hear the unfiltered truth about what
Here's
happened.
Morgan,
There's a
uncensored,
straightforward
mate.
path. Was Maxwell's prepared to speak fully and honestly if granted clemency by President Trump? I mean, what does it come to when a woman serving a 20-year...
Here we go. It's the right one. I got the right one.
What was the first question you wanted answered when you became president?
Where are the aliens?
Where are the aliens?
You've been criticized for not then saying, what? Doing an Oprah in the Harry and Meghan interview. What?
In retrospect, would I have asked the follow-up? Yes, of course. And frankly, that's something that I'm just going to have to live with.
Dumbass.
I think that this is such a...
Democratic candidates, we have to stop providing cover for their mediocrity. That answer was terrible, and you know it. So don't provide cover for it.
More people were deported under my husband and Barack Obama.
It's the same problem with the media refusing to cover anything that paints the left in a negative light. With Kathy Griffin holding up a severed head of Donald Trump, Madonna threatening to blow up the White House.
We identify the suspect as they chose to be identified.
To ignore the trans element of this, I think, is to ignore a key component of the psychological struggle.
Over 90% of school shooters tell at least one person
Normally, at about this time of the week, the world is feverishly dissecting, disputing, and debating the latest outbursts from the American president. This week, it's the turn of the former American president, Barack Obama, who's given a big interview to Brian Tyler Cohen, in which, among other things, he confirmed the existence of aliens.
A couple questions here. Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51. There's no underground facility, unless there's this enormous conspiracy, and they hid it from the president of the United States.
What was the first question you wanted answered when you became president?
Where are the aliens?
Where are the aliens?
Well, many people felt this was a massive revelation
Just
by
joking
the US
around.
president. Wonder why Brian didn't ask any follow-ups. In a moment, I'll ask him a follow-up about his failure to follow up. But amid the inevitable frenzy caused by those comments, Obama's clarified that he meant they are statistically likely to be real and that he didn't get any special presidential evidence to confirm their existence. He might need to find some special presidential evidence to clarify this.
The other side does the mean, angry,
demagoguery,
exclusive, us, them, divisive politics. That's their home court.
Yeah.
Our court is coming together. Our court is, look, a great example. Wasn't political. Bad Bunny's halftime show.
I knew you were going to say that. Yeah.
Well, it resonated. It was smart because it wasn't preaching. It was showing. It was demonstrating and displaying. This is what a community is.
Now, I happen to agree with President Obama that the outrage over Bad Bunny's show was frankly absurd. But it's surely even more absurd to suddenly claim that his side doesn't do preaching, angry, exclusionary, shaming, or divisive politics. They pretty much
definitely do
invented it.
shaming.
It brings to mind a stunning broadside against woke culture from all the way back in 2019. The woke left thinks the way of making change is to be as judgmental as possible about other people. The quote begins. If I tweet about how you didn't do something right, I can sit back and feel good about myself because, man, did you see how woke I was? People who do really good stuff also have flaws. Very wise words, which were spoken, of course, by the same Barack Obama. Well, we'll debate all this and more with my panel very shortly, but we're going to begin with the deadly mass shooting last week in Canada. At least 8 people died and dozens were wounded when an 18-year-old transgender shooter killed his mother and stepbrother before attacking a high school. There has, of course, been a transgender link to a series of high-profile killings over the past year, sparking ongoing discussion of a trans gun ban in the US and an editorial in the New York Post entitled, "How Many High-Profile Trans Killers Can the Media Ignore?" Well, psychologist and broadcaster Dr. Phil joins me now. Dr. Phil, welcome back to Uncensored. As
Smoke a bowl, doctor?
with all these things,
Good to
I
talk
look
to you.
beyond the headlines. Yeah, good to see you. I sort of just look into this statistically, and it is very interesting. Trans killers were responsible for less than 0.1% of all mass shootings in America between 2013 and 2025, according to the Gun Violence Archive. But of around 220 school shootings logged by the American educational news organization Education Week in America and Canada since 2019, 4 have involved trans shooters, accounting for 16 of the 150 fatalities. So there seems to have been an increase.
How many of those people were trans and weren't converted or never admitted they were trans because it never was a thing back in the day? No one knew what the fuck it was. Help me, please. Help me, please, with statistics. Do you understand that there's people that didn't know they were trans?
In the number of mass shootings being perpetrated by people identifying as trans, what do you think is behind this?
Well, I think we would do ourselves a real disservice to focus on the
Careful what you
trans
say, old
element
fart.
of this. I think that the fact.
What did the doctor just say? He's going to go ahead and focus on it, though. Watch.
Fact is, Pierce, we know a whole lot more about who the shooters are than we're using right now, and the focusing on the trans aspect of this would really derail something that needs to be happening right now, and that is we don't have the ability to predict who the next shooter is going to be.
Holy shit, dude.
But we do know, as I say, so much more about who the shooters are that we have the ability to be more effective in derailing some of these before they happen. We don't have a screening device. We don't have the ability to pick out which student is going to be a shooter, or which former student is going to be a shooter. But we do have information that we're not using, and we need to disseminate that information. And on the short list is not going to be trans students. They are an immaterial characteristic.
Holy shit. I thought he was going to say the opposite. He's actually correct.
Of who's likely to pick up a gun and shoot. Now, they may have some characteristics in common with those who do, so they might be part of that group because of some mental challenges, some isolation, some marginalization. But I don't think
even this pig
being
dog
trans has anything to do with whether or not you're going to pick up a gun and shoot somebody or not. I think that's a byproduct of other things that are predictable, and we can do a much better job of controlling this than what we're doing because we have more information than we're using.
How much do you think may be down
what information,
to
sir?
medication? In the sense that a lot of people who identify as trans are taking some form of drugs.
I don't care what you just said.
Having studied a lot of mass shootings before in America, when I was campaigning against the NRA, that a lot of young mass shooters were medicated to the gills on this, on various drugs and so on. How much are drugs playing a part, do you think?
I think we have to take that into consideration. But I think that we need transparency on the possible side effect of medications, especially polypharmacy.
We need transparency.
I think the interaction between some of these drugs can be profound.
Polypharmacy.
And we're not excusing the behavior by talking about that, but understanding it. So I do think medication can have a big part of it, but there are identifiable traits and characteristics that we do know. You can't know if somebody is on medications or not, but there are traits and characteristics that are knowable and observable. For example, there's leakage among these shooters. Over 90% of school shooters
from their butt
tell at least one person, and almost 2/3 tell more than one person what they're going to do before they do it. They tell somebody, here's what I'm going to do, here's when I'm going to do it, here's where I'm going to do it. They tell somebody what they're going to do, but the people don't know what to do. They don't have a methodology.
I have no methodology.
If you go to the police and tell them, hey, somebody told me they were going to do this, the way the laws work, you can't arrest somebody for
I see where he's going.
About doing or talking about doing. You can only arrest them for behavior. But there are methods for intervening.
I finally see where he's going.
The people who really know, and the current case in Canada is a perfect example. The people who really know who's at risk for these things are the people that are around them every day. Those are their classmates, their coworkers, and especially their family. In this case, family members certainly knew this was a very disturbed individual. They knew this was not a psychologically
Blame the
healthy
family
individual.
again.
He had guns before, and the shooter had guns before, and that license was pulled, and they politicked and pushed to get the right.
I thought they were transgender, and that means they were originally, they're now female, right? Wait. Did he just call them a him?
For this individual to have guns again, and he used those guns to kill family members that fought to get the right to have his guns back. And then he took those guns to school and shot several people, including himself. So we have to make sure that we're deputizing all of the students in schools so they understand what to look for and what to do with the information, what they once they get it. Telling is not tattling. Using this information to talk to authorities.
Let's put the onus on kids in school instead of the guns or access to guns. Let's not talk about any of that. This is why this guy sucks.
Is saving lives, including the shooter's life because most of these are violent suicides.
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands.
You're just running around in circles. You're not going to have an impact, whatever you do about that, because of what you said. There are so many guns already on the street. You're not going to have those guns aren't going to wear out for hundreds of years, if ever. So, that's just mental masturbation. What you have to do is decide, I need to figure out how to identify who is likely.
Yeah, he misgendered her by saying him because the news reports from Canada call her a her. Okay? So he's like, yeah, don't worry about the transgender stuff, but I'm going to go ahead and misgender because I'm a fucking bigot, like I said.
To do the shootings and figure out a way to intervene before they do it. Look, these aren't monsters until they...
Yeah, we got to deputize the kids. We got to train them. We got to have them pull out their guns before the mass shooter does. That's right. They're all being individualized police at age 2. And guess what? We don't have to worry about the guns. They can keep coming. We can have all the guns in the schools. And then when the mass shooter decides to turn into a bad guy, everyone shoots.
Pull the trigger. Up until the moment they pull the trigger, they are a disturbed, in pain young person. Almost 100% are young males. And if you can...
It's a male epidemic.
If you can get to them before they pull that trigger and
even it was a shame.
Show them some compassion, show them a path towards some help, they will make...
They need our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ is what he's saying. God, this guy sucks. Go smoke another bowl, you red-eyed old fart.
Maybe never return to that low point again.
My mustache is better than yours, sir.
In their life. We need prevention, not intervention. And that's the key here. Most of the killing happens within the first 30 to 60 seconds. Intervention doesn't work here. We need prevention. And we know what to look for. If we can deputize every student in America.
I was joking. Chad, I was joking. He actually means it. That's what my doctor means. What the fuck? He's not even joking.
By teaching them what to look for, what's observable, and give them somewhere to go with the information. Whenever there's a school shooting and they figure out who it was, and you talk to the students afterwards, they'll go, yeah, no kidding. That was not a surprise. The kids know, even the teachers.
Hey, that wasn't a surprise. That's not true. What? God, this guy sucks. This guy sucks. All right. Whoop-de-fucking-do, boys.
Know, and certainly the parents know. They just don't do anything about it.
He's blaming the parents.
Yeah, makes perfect sense.
He's blaming the parents and the
Dr.
kids
Phil, as
instead
always,
of
thank you
blaming
very
the
much
gun
for joining us.
manufacturers and the guns being
All right, Pierce,
and the
let's talk
politicians.
about this again sometime.
He's a piece of
It's good
shit.
to talk to you.
Yeah, goodbye. I don't got to respond to anything I've just said.
Such, as always, common sense views about it.
I
Thank
gave
you
you
very much.
carte blanche,
Well,
she
joining me on
says.
the panel is Isabel Brown, host of the Daily Wire's Isabel Brown Show, Blair White, host of the Blair White Project, Anna Kasparin, executive producer
God,
and
they're
host
all
of
terrible
Young Turks,
people.
and Brian Tyler Cohen, host
Except
of
for Brian.
No Lie.
Even BTC
welcome
is
to all of
okay.
you. We're going to get into a number of issues.
All people
Just
getting
wanna
paid
start,
the money.
Isabel Brown, with this sort of strange pattern we're seeing. Not overwhelming, not particularly conclusive. Dr. Phil thinks it's being kind of a bit of a distraction to the real problem.
Dr.
But
Phil.
there's certainly been a steady spate of mass shootings being
A steady spate. A steady spate of mass
perpetrated by
shootings
people
perpetrated.
identifying as trans, including this appalling mass shooting.
Even though he said that. Oh, this is Anna's time to shine. Look at her. She's ready. She's got a zinger. She's got one for us, boys. I'm ready. I'm ready for Anna's take. It's going to be so good. God damn it. I fucking hate this shit, dude. Can't believe what happens to some people.
In Canada. What do you feel is behind that? It's a different trend to what we were used to.
It is, Piers, and you're absolutely correct. This is an observable pattern of behavior, objectively speaking. Before I get into any of that, I want to say I'm glad to see you back on the show, and I hope you're healing well. We're thinking of you often, and it's a pleasure to be having this conversation. So we're praying for you every day. But ultimately, look, I think we have to learn how to have a transparent conversation across ideological boundaries here, from the foundation that all school shooters are mentally ill. You have to have an element of mental derangement in order to be driven to the point of massacring innocent children in a school. We used to be able to say that until about 5 minutes ago in society, but in order for us to be intellectually consistent about this conversation, I think we have to also acknowledge that relatively recently in human history, gender dysphoria itself was considered a mental illness, and we owe it to society to start asking ourselves, is gender dysphoria
Anna gonna agree?
A, or B, how we are treating gender dysphoria with the affirmative care model and this mass psychosis of medication that we've seen across Western civilization, as you just pointed out a few minutes ago, contributing to further mental illness that is driving an epidemic of violence? If the answer is yes, dramatic changes need to be made in our society. But unfortunately, we're living in a time where the media only seems to be wanting to perpetrate the division further by calling this Canadian shooter from last week a female, even though we know that was not psychologically or biologically correct whatsoever. And with all due respect to Dr. Phil in particular, I have nothing but respect for him. To ignore the trans element of this, I think, is to ignore a key component of the psychological struggle that we are starting to see pop up all over Western civilization. This person started transitioning in Canada at the age of 12, which of course is likely to be linked to later psychological issues in their life that inevitably led to one of the most deadly shootings in Canadian history, injuring 25 and claiming the lives of 9 people, including a mother and a stepbrother to this shooter. That is mental illness. And until we can acknowledge that universally, it's a tough conversation for us to even have in the first place.
No one's saying it's not mental illness. What do you mean?
Anna Gasparyan, what's your response?
I'd like to jump in on this. Yeah, my response to it is the Daily Wire would be nothing if it didn't have its bread and butter fully invested in getting Americans to hate each other or be afraid of one another based on various differences and characteristics. I'd like to actually focus on something a little alarming that Dr. Phil said in the context of that interview. I happen to agree with him that the transgender angle, which tends to get rolled out for political reasons here and there, isn't really material to the issue here. I think the big issue is that this shooting is being used to justify mass surveillance programs and these so-called pre-crime efforts that corporations like Palantir have a financial interest in pushing for. So I do think that mass shootings are a problem, whether you're talking about it in the United States, where it's definitely pronounced, or in places like Canada. And if we want to address, mental health concerns, that's one thing. But this issue of like surveilling people and focusing on pre-crime, I don't want to live in a society like that, and I suspect most Americans don't either.
But didn't Dr. Phil make a strong point there that if 90% of all mass shootings, when they investigated them, they discovered the mass shooter had told at least one person in advance, normally someone they were at school with or a friend or whatever, about their plan? Is that not clear evidence that actually what he's suggesting makes perfect common sense? In other words, just alerting people.
Well, his argument,
that if you are informed, if you're informed by somebody that you know they're going to commit.
But his argument,
crime,
Pierce,
what is wrong in them being encouraged to tell people?
When these individuals go to the law enforcement, the way that our laws work, they don't move quickly enough or respond quickly enough. So I'm not quite sure what his solution would be here, because he even gave us the theoretical situation in which a student hears from a fellow classmate that they plan on shooting up the school. They immediately report it to the authorities, and the authorities, because of the way things work, don't respond to it sufficiently. Okay, so then what is the what's the pitch here? What is he pitching for? Well, what exactly would happen in a case that doesn't include the authorities, because the authorities aren't sufficient in handling these situations? I just think that right now there is a concerted effort to repeal or do away with some of our privacy rights, because there is a very real competition happening in AI. And at the World Economic Forum, you have major actors in the Western world talking about how we can't compete with AI because we have privacy rights that China doesn't have to worry about. So just be very mindful of calls for surveillance where they exploit tragic mass shooting incidents or any other incident in order to get Americans in the global sphere to really reconsider whether their privacy matters in the face of these boogeymen or, security issues.
It's interesting. I was talking about the gun aspect of this with Dr. Phil. And I do remember being stunned. I think it's 35% of Americans do not believe they should even be required to register their guns as to where they keep them, because they were genuinely concerned about their government becoming tyrannical and therefore having a database of exactly who had guns and where they're keeping them.
All I care about.
And that struck me as a sort of bizarre way of looking. What is about, to me, is a clear part of the problem, which is America has an extraordinary prevalence of firearms, which is unlike anywhere else in the world. Anyway, Blair White, let me come to you. You've been waiting patiently. You are a trans person, so you're best qualified to discuss this.
Yeah, how about you let a trans person speak?
Feel? Do you feel there is no causal link here in this increasing number, albeit still relatively small, the increasing number of mass shootings involving people identifying as trans? Do you feel, as Dr. Phil did, that it's kind of a bit irrelevant that people from all types are doing these things? Or do you think that there is a relevance in terms of gender dysphoria, maybe gender-affirming drugs that people take and so on, that could all be playing a part?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, what I feel is an incredible amount of sadness for the fact that this person killed their family and obviously the children that were victims in the school. It's a tragedy from a 360 view, so that's first and foremost.
Okay.
I think you have to look at this from a
360
multidimensional
tragedy.
perspective.
What do you mean?
And I very much agree with Anna when she brought up the concerns over AI and privacy. I was also going to say that, the only other time there was a shooting like this in Canada's history, there was a huge rollback on gun rights for Canadians, so I do have a concern about that for them. I have probably more of a concern for them than they have for themselves about that. When it comes to the trans aspect, I'm going to be a little in between Anna and Dr. Phil here. I don't think it's entirely irrelevant, but I think that there's so many other factors. So, for instance, when it comes to Canada, there's a huge pipeline issue where people with a number of comorbidities and other mental illnesses are being funneled through the trans healthcare system.
Oh, this is a
so
fucking
it's currently illegal in Canada for a therapist to push back in any way, give any amount of criticism or even questioning someone who they're seeing and
No, it
is
isn't.
questioning if they should transition or
true.
not. They basically just have to support that, even if they suspect or know that that person has other mental illnesses.
Not
and when
true.
it comes to the shooter, he did have other mental illnesses. Apparently, he was using SSRIs. He had multiple illnesses. He posted on Reddit himself. He was using drugs, psychedelics, and cross-sex hormones. So I think that's a really terrifying cocktail of different things.
Yeah,
coming
you're a
to play.
psychologist too.
And, you know,
That's great.
there's been a lot of statistics posted recently. I think I saw Elon post one that
Oh, yeah,
trans people
Elon.
are the
Oh,
most
yeah.
likely to shoot up schools. I
What?
have an issue with that because that same graph says that Asians are the second most likely, and I don't think anyone thinks that Asians are committing more crime than white people when it comes to mass shootings, unfortunately. White
doesn't
people,
think
we
that's
have
cool.
to kind of take that a little bit. I think it's a complicated issue, and I think that when you look at the things that cover all demographics that commit these violent acts, SSRIs are a huge common factor that we don't want to talk about. I also, unfortunately, have to piggyback more on what Anna was saying. You know, when it comes to these last few trans shooters in America, since 2020, there is an uptick from it, and not to be conspiratorial, but to be conspiratorial, several of them had links to the CIA. Their parents worked for Palantir
Oh, what the
and for
fuck?
different AI companies that were working on this pre-crime stuff. And
What?
so
Really?
it is a thing. And I
What
don't know
the
how deep
fuck?
you want to go on that, but again, I'm somewhere in the middle. I think that the trans part matters in the sense of the trans healthcare system, especially in Canada, is incredibly destructive, and people who should not be transitioning are under their rules. But also, when it comes to SSRIs and mental health issues,
Not enough
those seem to
DPS.
be, and even fatherlessness. You know, the father of this shooter came out and posted, I have nothing to do with this child. I'm not in his life, seemingly as a way to distance himself from his child, if that makes him look any better. But we have a lot of statistics going back decades about what fatherlessness can, you know, cause in people in terms of incarcerations, violence, drug abuse. So I think it's a lot of things, and society is in a really sick place. And so you're going to see that spread across everybody and everything. And I'm just really sad this happened more than anything.
Yeah, you know, you said a lot of very interesting things.
Wow.
I've done a lot of research into this over the years,
Over the
particularly into mass
years.
shootings. And
Particularly.
I think the bottom line is this for me, is that America has about the same amount of mentally ill people pro rata per capita of most of the top 20 countries, developed countries in the world, including the UK. The difference that America has is that it has 80% of the world's pain-killing medication is taken by Americans, I think I read. And certainly when it comes to the prevalence of an easy access to guns, America's out on its own, certainly compared to someone like the UK where hardly anybody ever gets shot. So I think it's the combination that America has, which is why America has so many mass shootings. And I don't think there's an easy fix. And yeah, Brian, by all means, yeah.
Yeah, I also think like we would be crazy to ignore the fact that that the political focus on trans individuals who commit mass shootings is because it is politically advantageous for one side to focus on trans individuals who commit mass shootings. I mean, there is Adam Lanza and Nicholas Cruz and just a countless number of straight young white men who do the same thing, but it's not politically convenient to talk about those people. You've all identified a lot of factors that play into these shootings, whether it's mental illness, whether it's family issues, whether it's the prevalence of guns in this country, medication, whatever it may be. But to pretend like this is some issue with just trans individuals is clearly allowing politics or disdain for a certain subset of people to cloud everybody's vision for what is a tragic and frankly uniquely American occurrence that overwhelmingly takes place at the hands of young white men in this country.
In America.
So
in
again,
America.
I understand, like I've worked in politics long enough to understand why it is a convenient scapegoat to point to trans people who commit mass shootings. But to do that, I think is just oozing in bad faith, and I think it is frankly doing a disservice to the real problems at the core of this stuff that I think we would all be well served to try and figure out. But of course, politics pervades everything.
You know, Piers, if
Yeah, I mean,
I
I
jump in
think,
there.
yeah, by all means, yeah.
Yeah, I'm hearing some interesting accusations being thrown out there about disdain for trans people, or people trying to drive further division here, or just downright hatred for an entire subset of the population. I don't think that that's really where most people are coming from in wanting to have this conversation. It's certainly not where I'm coming from. Ultimately, I think Dr. Phil said it beautifully, that this is a preventative issue. If we can take into our hands in society the opportunity to prevent the level of psychological derangement that people are having in killing indiscriminately young children in their school, that is the most important thing we can do. If that involves having extra compassion for people who are already struggling with the weight of mental dysphoria of their gender, when they look in the mirror and they don't see themselves in the reflection staring back at them, I think that is something worthy of society to go further into. Affirmative care is being thrown out the window by most leading medical experts in the West today. Several countries have come out to say there is little to no scientific evidence whatsoever in support of transitioning, especially children and adolescents. And in fact, the potential dangers are substantially higher than any potential benefit so-called affirmative treatment protocols would ever provide to young people. The UK has been a leading country on this issue. Sweden, Norway, most of the Scandinavian countries. The United States and Canada are very, very far behind the 8 ball, and as Blair mentioned, are really leaning in further to this affirmative care model, where people are getting their medical licenses taken away or being told they'll be fired from their schools if they express any sort of "are you sure" sentiment to a young person saying that they are the opposite sex. This is a really severe problem.
What are you sure sentiment? What does that mean, dude?
Ultimately, I think if we can start having
let
that
her
conversation,
stop talking,
that we
please?
care about people enough not to want them to end up at this level of far beyond help psychological derangement, that's where we can start having some real serious progress in society.
Well, I think also, two things can be true at once.
To frame mass shootings as a trans issue, just to be clear. When you frame,
I don't think that is framing
the real
mass
problem
shootings
as a trans issue. That's not compassion. Just want to put that
Don't
out there.
mishear me, Anna.
No,
I'm not saying whatsoever that every trans
Oh, she's actually sticking up for trans people.
I was going to make a similar point.
Let's
go, Anna.
To the contrary,
two things can be true at once.
No, they can't.
Hang on. I want to move on, but two things can be true at once. One is that the vast majority of mass shootings are not committed by trans people, but there's also been a significant uptick, albeit still relatively low percentage, of mass shootings committed by trans people. I don't think it's so significant that you can frame this as a trans problem, but nor do I think it's so insignificant, the uptick, that you can say there's no relevance that a increasing number of people identifying as trans have been committing mass shootings, including the latest horrific one in Canada. So there's a lot to look at.
Can I jump in
here.
on that?
And yeah, very quickly, because I do want to move on.
Yeah, I was just going to say that uptick is specifically 2020 and beyond. And anyone who knows anything about this issue, obviously trans people predate 2020 and beyond. So I think it's something that we can look at in this most recent time period as well. And we can also see that other mental health issues have skyrocketed at the same time. So I think it's just a matter of looking at it from a multi-dimensional perspective, like I said.
I actually agree with them.
Yeah, and I also think that the uptick in the last 6 years, as you rightly say, I would argue a lot of that is down to the massively increased volume of people identifying as trans, many of whom potentially are not actually trans, but are following what they perceive to be a fad fueled by social media. It's been one of the big issues that we've been exploring in the UK. I think it's a real phenomenon. Okay, let's move on. Brian, congratulations on your Obama interview. I thought it was terrific. I thoroughly enjoyed watching it. Made a lot of news. And I'm going to ask a follow-up to my own praise for you there, which is about your lack of follow-up, which has been capturing the attention of the mainstream media, all of whom would, of course, be so much better at getting an Obama interview had they managed to get one themselves. So, first of all, I did genuinely really enjoy it. He's a great interview, Obama. I've never interviewed him. I'd love to. I thought it was really interesting on many levels, contentious on some, and we'll get to that. But on this first point of where he just casually reveals, yeah, there are aliens, you've been criticized for not then saying, what? Doing an Oprah in the Harry and Meghan interview. What? Why didn't you do a follow-up to the aliens confession of the former president of the United States?
It seemed clear to me when he said, yes, but I haven't seen them, there's no Area 51, that he was saying, that he was expressing his belief in the concept of aliens, but that he made it clear enough, at least to me, that he doesn't believe in that there wasn't any evidence of some government facility that was housing aliens. Obviously, if there were aliens and he was interested in seeing them, which he clearly was, and if the government had them, then he wouldn't have said that he hadn't seen them or that the U.S. government doesn't know about them, or that, if they were there, it would be evidence of some grand conspiracy where even the president of the United States wasn't aware of them. And so that was clear to me in the moment. It was clarified and proven in his clarification that that you put on the screen right here. So I just, it just made enough sense to me that in the moment, okay, I get what he's saying. Obviously, you don't always know when you do these interviews what's going to pop off and how people are going to perceive stuff, and you do your best in the moment. And look, in retrospect, would I have asked the follow-up? Yes, of course. And frankly, that's something that I'm just going to have to live with. And there is a lot of criticism, and that sucks. But that's how it goes in politics. I'm sure that you've had interview guests and you've wanted to ask a question that you didn't have the foresight or whatever to ask. And again, that's something that I'm going to have to live with. But I am grateful that he issued the clarification.
Well, for the record, Brian.
Yeah.
For the record, what would now you've had time to think about it, what would your follow-up have been?
I think the follow-up would have been, when you say yes, what do you mean? And frankly,
no!
and again, I own that. That's something that I'm going to have to live with. I've interviewed over 1,000 people at this point. I've never been accused of not being curious enough or not doing adequate follow-ups. But look, all it takes is one. With that said, I think I've heard from so many people in the alien community, which I didn't understand was this vibrant, thriving community online. And so there are other questions I actually would have asked, which is does the government have evidence of UFOs or UAPs? There's a whole deep dive I would have done. And frankly, this was during a speed round. I would have nixed the entire speed round and just gone on a deep dive into aliens. But hindsight is 20/20.
Well, let's get to some of the other things he said, which I thought were really interesting. We had one of the clips in the monologue. His sort of assertion that somehow people on the left are the opposite of Republicans because they're not divisive, they're inclusive, they bring people together, etc., etc., etc. I got to say, I replied to this on X yesterday. Saying, really? I mean, the woke left in the last few years, to me, have displayed themselves to be, and I'm not necessarily saying Obama is woke left. In fact, he has regularly criticized the woke left. But the woke left have been intolerably, insufferably divisive and non-inclusive. In fact, dramatically exclusive, wanting to cancelling everybody they don't agree with. Almost fascist-like in their behavior. I've discussed this many times as somebody who used to identify as liberal, now more centrist. But I've just found it incredible that Obama could sit back and pretend that his side, the left, are the template of tolerance and inclusivity. Were you surprised?
No, I mean, look, this is a guy who ran his campaign. I mean, you have to think about this from Obama's perspective as well. Like, Obama ran his campaign as yes, I can, he cobbled together a coalition unlike anything we'd seen in politics before. And he was succeeded by a guy who launched his campaign basically denying the citizenship of the first black president, of saying that Mexicans are rapists and immigrants, which obviously today has culminated into mass deportations and the secret police force killing Americans in the streets with no recourse. And so the difference between the leaders of these two political parties could not be more apparent. Are you going to be able to find individuals in the coalition, within the coalition, who disprove every rule? Of course you are. You're going to be able to find woke scolds on the left, and you're going to be able to find Nazis on the right. Everybody's going to disprove every rule that's put forward. But I think, in terms of the leadership that was displayed between at least him and his successor, at least Barack Obama and Donald Trump, there is no universe where it's not abundantly clear who represents what and who leans in on demagoguery versus who leans in on hope.
Okay,
Brian,
let me bring.
I agree with you on demagoguery, but sorry to interrupt,
go on,
but I do have another question about follow-ups, because Look, to be quite honest with you, I'm not in the UFO community, so I don't care about that non-follow-up at all. I think you did a fine job conducting the interview. But one follow-up that I think would have been interesting, Brian, is whether or not former President Obama sees his leadership as, or his response to the economic crisis of 2008 as what led to the ushering in of the Trump administration, right? Because I agree with you about the demagoguery, right? Obama carries himself in a lot more professional way, in a way that's dignified. You can make that argument. But we have to ask why Trump came in as a popular alternative to what Obama was selling to the American people. Do you think it would be interesting to hear him talk about whether his response to the economic crisis led to, Trump's first term?
Yeah, I mean, look, would it have been interesting? Of course it would, and I wish I, could ask him every question in the world. I think we would be remiss not to also take into account like the racial implications of Trump's rise, like an avowed racist president's rise to power in the aftermath of the first black president's rise to power. And I mean, we were told, and this is not, because I completely agree with you, Anna, this is not also
hang on, Brian, hang on.
Let me say one sentence.
Whoa.
Let me say one sentence.
All right, finish your sentence.
And that is that we were told so much in the aftermath of Trump's election that it was the result of economic anxiety. And we have seen so many instances where it's like almost laughable the extent to which the Trump coalition acts and comports itself, and it's so clearly not the result of economic anxiety that obviously the racial implications of all of this come in. And look, that's also not to say that that's everybody, because it's not, but I mean to ignore that aspect of it, I think would be acting in bad faith.
Okay, I mean, my obvious response
I think the Trump administration offered a scapegoat.
Hang on, Anna. I am going to jump in now.
Go ahead.
My obvious response to that is, if racism was the factor in Trump winning in 2016 because we'd had a black president, how did Obama get re-elected in the first place? I mean, the guy won 2 terms, right? Which is not an illustration of a racist America turning on a black president. I would argue that after 8 years of Obama, he did a lot of things which actually were very contrary to his nice, happy, clappy, Mr. Nice Guy image. He deported over 3 million people, right? Which is a record, by the way, even including Donald Trump in both of his terms, including the second one so far, pro rata, by far the biggest deporter in the history of the United States of immigrants. He dropped more bombs in a calendar year outside of World War II than any American president in history. He campaigned in 08-09 on closing Guantanamo Bay. It's still open, and he's a lawyer who believed it was an illegal torture chamber.
I agree.
And so on and so on and so on. So yeah, he can sing like Al Green, and he can talk a good talk, and he won the Nobel Peace Prize for a few speeches. And in many ways, he's a civil, courteous man, and these are laudable qualities. But I do think this sort of notion that somehow Trump only won because he was the white guy and Americans were sick of the black guy. I just don't think that bears any scrutiny.
I'm not saying that he.
I don't think it any.
I
don't think it any impact. I think honestly, I don't think it played any part. I do think that Trump.
You think that race played no role in Trump's rise? You think that Trump hasn't harnessed racism or xenophobia or any bigotry in how he has presided over this country or how he campaigns against people?
Well, again, talk about second terms, right? So I would argue if that was the case, then why, when Trump was re-elected, did more Latinos in huge numbers, bigger than voted for Kamala Harris, vote for Trump? Why did his share of the black vote actually go up, right? In other words, if he really was this racist demagogue, then how did he win again with a larger vote of non-white voters? Again, that makes no sense to me.
No, I mean, look, that's not to say that the only factors that played into this were race-based or discriminatory factors. I think that obviously the economy was the principal issue in 2024, and that superseded any of the other issues. But I would also ask you right now that he's not just running some theoretical campaign, he's actually presiding over this country. What are his numbers among black people now? What are his numbers among Latinos now? I mean, we saw these latest special elections. Latinos are swinging upwards of 50 points. Like, that doesn't, there is a difference between how minorities in the United States can listen to somebody,
He's actually
campaign
right on this. I
prose,
hate to say it.
and that's exactly what happened.
I don't like him
Trump
very much,
ran
Yeah,
this
and actually,
populist campaign
yeah, listen,
where
I
he
don't
fed his supporters a bill of
disagree.
goods.
Yeah, Brian, I don't disagree with that, and I would say one of the major factors in that actually is that whilst he did brilliantly in shutting down the southern border after the ridiculous hemorrhaging sort of open border under Biden, and whilst he was quite right in assessing that Americans, broadly speaking, from all the polls, are happy for people who are in the country illegally, who then commit crimes unconnected to their status to be deported. It's the behavior of ICE on the streets of American cities and towns in going way too far with people who may have been in the country for 10 years, raised kids, got jobs, paid taxes, and so on. That is not supported by the American people. And of course, a lot of people that are being rounded up are Latinos. So quite clearly, you're going to see, as we're seeing, a real backlash there. And I suspect the damage is done. And in the midterms, Trump is going to get the whiplash back from that. And they're going to lose the House. And then he'll become effectively, as everyone does in that scenario, a bit of a lame duck president. And if that happens, he'll only have himself to blame for going too far with the way that ICE has been on the streets, is what I think will happen. Let me bring in Isabel here. I mean, look, there are lots of different reasons why people get elected and so on. I thought what was interesting about Obama, I want to play a clip, not just from Obama, but then I want to play a clip from him and then Hillary Clinton. The first clip is from his interview with Brian, where he talks about immigration. And then I want to play a clip from Hillary Clinton at the Munich Security Conference, because they're basically singing from the same song sheet. Let's take a look at these two clips.
But what is also true is that we're a nation of laws, we have borders, and we've got to figure out an immigration policy that is orderly and that is fair and is enforced in a sensible way that is compatible with our values, but may not fully capture the degree to which that kid should have the same chances in life as a U.S. citizen kid. But,
why not? Why not? What is he talking about? Fuck you. Yeah, I'm done. All right. See you guys tomorrow. It'll be Tuesday, isn't it?